Good morning, everybody. Hopefully we'll get our commissioner set here. Hi, Forstein.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, birthday boy.
How's it going today?
Not bad. How about yourself?
If I didn't have a little eye thing, I wouldn't be wearing these dang glasses. That's for sure.
At least you can still see though, so that's good.
Yeah. Okay.
Morning, Tyler.
We're going to have three commissioners out today. So Ashley, Bruce, and Kokithia will be out today.
Oh my.
Yeah. So we're looking for Commissioner Rojas and Commissioner Baker.
I see Mr. Rojas's name.
Yeah. He's usually in that comfy chair.
Yeah, he was there when I went to go make me a cup of coffee.
Oh.
So Tyler, what you done different to your hair? Your hair looks different to me today.
It is down, but nothing of particular note.
Okay. Well, it's nice and long and pretty from what I'm seeing.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
There's Commissioner Rojas. There's Commissioner Baker joining us. Joe, are you available?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and Sarah, you're on?
Yes.
Okay. Are we ready to begin then?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, like I said, we'll probably have three commissioners out today. So Commissioner Allender's out, Commissioner Hill's out, and Commissioner Sadowski is out. But we have five and we only need four to maintain a quorum. So we're good to go here. So thank you everybody for being here today. Welcome to the February 15th, 2022 City Planning Commission meeting. I hope everybody had a great Valentine's Day. I know Commissioner Baker and I did. We appreciate everybody being here as we hold our commission meetings virtually. We certainly understand that every project is important and unique. We also want to make sure we address them all individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, the public, and city staff. So the commissioners believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Therefore, we do have time limits since we're virtual, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for applicant presentations, and I apologize for the train in the background. And then 20 minutes for the applicant presentation plus any questions by the commission. So when we move to public comment, please limit comments up to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when speaking for a community association or a larger group. Just another reminder about the comprehensive plan titled the KC Spirit Playbook. There's lots of information out there. We also have a couple of committee meetings that are going to happen next week, I believe, the 22nd and the 24th. But be sure to check things out on the website, playbook.kcmo.gov. As we get started here in our meeting, I ask staff to just provide some brief ground rules and instructions for all of us to make sure that we have minimal disruption on our meeting and maximum clarity. So Joe, if you can go through those real quick, that would be great.
Sure, Mr. Chair, thank you. So the basic ground rules are that this is a virtual hearing, and as such in Zoom, all participants are broken into two categories. The first category is panelists, which are all the squares or rectangles you see on your screen right now. And those consist of, at this point, of commissioners and staff only. When your case is called, you'll be, if you're the applicant or a member of the applicant team, you'll want to raise your hand using the raised hand function in Zoom. And that will prompt me and my staff to move you over to or promote you over to a panelist position, which is when you will then be allowed to share your video and your audio. The same is true for if you're a citizen interested in a case. Please raise your hand once the staff starts to present on that, and that way we'll know that when the chair opens the public hearing that you would like to be promoted over to provide testimony. Once you are promoted, please remain muted until it is your turn to speak, and when you're done, mute yourself again. And then the last thing to note is that the chat feature is just to discuss or ask questions about placement on the agenda, as well as any technical questions about Zoom that you have. It is not intended for testimony on the merits of a project. Thank you.
All right, then let's go ahead and begin today's meeting, starting with the consent agenda items. Those cases that will be continued, please.
The first continuance is docket item C1, case number CPC 2021-00205, Lot 2B retail at the Plaza at Shoal Creek, located at the southwest corner of Northeast 82nd Terrace and North Flintlock Road. Docket item C.2, case number CPC 2021-00213, Twin Creeks Cottages, a request to approve an Mpd final plan at the northwest corner of Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road and North Line Creek Parkway. Docket item C.2.2, case number final plat 2021-00059, Twin Creeks Cottages, located at the same location. And docket item C4, case number final plat 2021-00062 for Crescendo, located at East 24th Street and Highland Avenue. And all of those are to be continued as stated on the docket. And that concludes the continuances on consent.
Okay, sounds good. Are there any questions from the commissioners regarding the continuance of those docket items just read? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there from the public that would like to speak regarding continuance of docket items C1, C2.1, C2.2, or C4, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
No one is raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony, and I'll take a motion, please, for the continuance of those cases.
I move to continue docket items C1, C2.1, C2.2, and C4 to the, as stated on the docket.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second for continuance of those 4 docket items. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
I think you said.
Aye.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right, so the motion carries to continue those docket items to the date stated on the docket. So let's go ahead with the other consent agenda items.
All right, the first one is docket item C3, case number CPC 2021-00225, scooters on North Stark Avenue. Request to approve a project plan to allow construction of a drive-through coffee shop at Northeast Cookingham Drive and North Stark Avenue. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Docket item C5, case number final plat 2021-00065, Blue River Commerce Center third plat. This is a request to approve a final plat on 64 acres located at the northeast corner of Bannister and Troost Avenue. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C6, case number final plat 2022-00001, Kelly Brook 6th plat, a request to approve a final plat located on the south side of Northeast 108th Street, about 700 feet east of Northeastern Avenue. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C7, case number final plat 2022-00002, Better Wash Car Wash, a request to approve a final plat on 2 acres located at the southwest corner of Northwest Berry Road and North Hickory Street. Staff recommends approval with conditions. And docket item C8, case number final plat 2021-00060, a request to approve a final plat for Jamestown Square located on the west side of Bell between 39th Street on the north and 40th Street on the south. Staff is recommending approval of this case as well with conditions. And that concludes the consent docket.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners regarding docket items C3, C5, C6, C7, or C8? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items just listed, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
No one is raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion on those cases, please.
To continue consent item C3, or to approve consent item C3, C5, C6, C7, C8 with conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items C3, C5, C6, C7, and C8 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Mhm. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like those docket items pass as stated. All right, let's move on then to our regular agenda items, starting with those cases that will be continued to a future date.
Right, the first continuance request is docket item 2, case number CPC 2021-00240 for Ashton Farms, which is a development plan proposal that also acts as a preliminary plat to create a development of 244 duplex units located at 15215 East US 40 Highway. Staff is recommending continuance without fee to March 1st. Docket item 3 is the next continuance, case number CPC 2021-00197, the Belton Golf Course de-annexation. This is a request to de-annex a municipal golf course owned by the city of Belton located at 4200 Bong Avenue. Staff is recommending continuance without fee to March 15th. Docket item 7, case number CPC 2021-00229, the 6301 James A. Reed Self-Storage Development, which is a development plan proposed for 6301 James A. Reed Road. Staff is recommending continuance of this one to March 1st without fee. Docket item 8.1, which is case number CPC 2021-00244 for Antioch Manor. This is a proposed area plan amendment for the proposed development at the southeast corner of Northeast 42nd and North Antioch Road. Staff recommends continuance to March 1st without fee. Docket item 8.2, which is companion, case number CPC 2021-00243. This is the requested rezoning for Antioch Manor at the same location. Docket item 8.3, case number CPC 2021-00242. This is the request for approval of a development plan for Antioch Manor at the same location. And in all 3 cases, the applicant is requesting continuance to March 1st, and staff recommends without fee. Next continuance is docket item 9, case number CPC 2021-00239. This is a request to approve a development plan for the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception located on the west side of Broadway between West 11th on the north and 12th on the south. Staff is recommending continuance of this case to March 15th without fee. Docket item 10.1 is case number CPC 2021-00223. This is a request to rezone for Genesis 60, which is an industrial development proposed for the southwest corner of I-435 and North Congress Avenue. Staff is recommending continuance of this one to March 1st without fee. Docket item 10.2, which is companion, case number CPC 2021-00210. A request to approve a development plan for Genesis 60 at the same location. In this case, as well as the first one, staff is recommending continuance to March 1st without fee. Docket item 11, case number CPC 2021-00202. A request to rezone the property at 4903 Northeast Vivian Road. Staff is recommending continuance of this case to March 1st without fee. And one more continuance, docket item 13, case number CPC 2021-00172. Request to approve an amendment to a previously approved preliminary development plan in District UR for 2000 Vine Street. Staff is recommending continuance of this case to March 1st without fee. And that concludes the continuances.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket items 2, 3, 7, 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 9, 10.1, 10.2, 11, or 13? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony regarding those same docket items. If there's anybody out there that would like to talk about the continuance of those docket items, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, I'm promoting Dr. Stacy Battle and Anita Dixon.
Okay. Hi, good morning, Dr. Battle. If you don't mind stating your name and address for the record and which case you're speaking of.
Okay, I am referring to the case CD-CPC-2021-00172 concerning 2000 Vine Street. And my address is 2116 Vine Street, 64108.
Okay. And how can we help you? We are continuing this case until March 1st. So if you'd like to talk about the continuance of that, that would be great. I don't want to get into the merits of the case at this time if we could help that.
Well, okay, I hope that you'll reconsider I'm going to resubmit documents, even concerning the case 2 years ago. It's almost 2 years ago to the date that Mr. Dugan at 2000 Vine Street wanted to make a major, change to the zoning of this area.
Okay.
And it seems to me it's deja vu at this point.
Gotcha.
There's been no public meeting announced, no engagement. So that's all I have to say, but I will submit documents later.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. Thank you. Be sure to come back on March 1st. And Joe, what do you know the reason this one's being continued? Did they say?
The applicant is required to resubmit plans and they've not done that yet.
Okay. All right.
And also, like I said, there has been no public engagement whatsoever, which is required by 88-505-12. So I would think that would be a reason that it can it can't go forward, as far as the meeting today.
Okay. I can't answer that question today because I don't have the case in front of me since it's going to be continued to determine whether or not they had their public meeting or not.
Can you verify, do you know yet if he's provided you any information about when he may hold that meeting, the applicant?
The applicant has not indicated any information when he will host the public engagement meeting. That is one of the reasons that it's going to.
Shoot, we can't understand you.
Oh. Sorry, guys, I have a little. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
a little better, yes.
Okay, great. The applicant has not provided that information to staff when he's going to host a meeting at this point. And that is one of the reason staff recommends continuance.
Okay. So they should be advertising for that and letting people know that that will occur pretty soon?
Yes.
Okay,
I have a
Another
question.
comment.
go ahead.
I have a question. These continuances, they seem to be something that people can't keep up with. So if a person does not initially send you information as to these public forums they're supposed to have, how are these continuances helping the people who have questions and what's going on? We know nothing. Just like what happened 2 years ago. We knew absolutely nothing. And it looked as if this was going to be just pushed through without public comment. So when public comment did come, it was canceled a couple of times until we found some other, we didn't even get a chance to present our PowerPoint that we were asked to send in as to why we were against this project. So how do we go about continuing? Okay, this thing is continued on March 1st. That's just a few days from now. What kind of public engagement happens in 2 weeks?
Well, hopefully they're going to have an actual public meeting between now and prior to March 1st. And prior to March 1st, they have to submit some information of the public meeting that they have, that they actually conducted the meeting, and it's a summary of the discussion items within the meeting that's there. If they don't have it, then it'll have to be continued again. We're not going to hear it. So,
Okay, so when does this stop? When does this, he goes back in and tries to get the same thing that he did 2 years ago that he was not prepared for then, obviously is not prepared for now, is not doing the public engagement as he should. When does this stop? When does he stop this? Because the community is not in agreement with it. But because we have the time, we being me and Stacy, we have the time. The other people that we represent just don't have time to keep coming here like this. When does it stop? When do you decide that, okay, you've come here enough, you're not holding public, the people are not as informed as they need to be, this project does not move forward, period. Does it ever
well,
stop?
yeah, basically, if they don't have their public meeting, we don't hear it. And there does become a point where we just take it off the docket and won't even consider the project until they get everything done that they're supposed to have done prior to this meeting. So,
Okay, so
yeah.
he can keep coming back 2-3 years from now because he owns the property. That's all I'm asking. I don't know. Is that possible? Can he just decide, okay, 2 years from now, like he did before, I'm going to come back at this and we're going to do this again, and I'm not going to hold another one, or we're not going to do, does he get to do that?
Well,
Because I asked this question 2 years ago and I was told no. So obviously that's not true.
there's, if the project gets denied, there's a time frame they have to wait before they come back and reapply. If the project moves forward, then it continues to move forward. And there's a time frame on that as to when, they need to do the actual project, or it just kind of dies on its own. If that makes sense. So.
Guess it's got to.
Well, I would just like to say that I am hoping that my notice of the public meeting will not be the day before the City
Exactly.
Planning Commission meeting.
Yeah.
Because that is what happened the last time. And the meeting even then was in violation because it was in the corporate offices or the offices of his development partners or whatever, with just 2 people there. And then the time it took just to get the truth out as to what he wanted to do on this property that sits approximately a half a block from my home, and hundreds and maybe thousands of residents that will be impacted, and including Lincoln High School. So, I think that they need to send registered letters, because I shudder to think if I'm supposedly mailed a letter that I never, ever even get. So
Yeah.
And
it's just very disheartening,
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, one more question, please. With this situation, we were going to do a PowerPoint where there was from what we consider to be possible conflict of interest between his developers and himself. Will we get a chance, if this comes back, will we this time get a chance to present that?
Sure. Yeah, you'll need to talk to Ms. Wood about this project and your
Wonderful.
presentation, send it to her, and then she can have it available at the meeting in which this case would be heard.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay,
I will provide my contact information in the chat box. If you do have questions or if you want to write your letter or PowerPoint, you can contact me and I'll keep that as part of the public records along with the case.
Wonderful. That's fair.
yeah,
Thank you.
okay. And Ms. Dixon, do you mind stating your name and address for the record?
My name is Anita J. Dixon,
Okay,
and my address is, you mean my physical address?
either one, your physical address where you live or where you work.
Okay, my physical address is 38901 East Colburn Road Extension, and that's Oak Grove, Missouri,
Okay,
64075.
okay, thank you. All right. Anybody else, Joe, from the public that would like to speak regarding any of the cases that are open right now for continuance?
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close all public testimony at this time. And I'll take a motion from the commission on continuance of the docket items. Do I need to restate them again, or you got it?
Got 'em.
Okay,
I move to continue docket item 2, 3, 7, 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 9, 10.1, 10.2, 11, and 13 as stated on the docket.
okay.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second for continuance of docket items as listed by Commissioner Baker to future date. So Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
All right,
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
okay, so it looks like the motion passes for continuance of those docket items. All right, Joe, let's go ahead and hear docket item number 1, please.
Docket item 1, there's 2 companion cases here, starting with 1.1, case number CPC 2022-00006. The request to approve an amendment to the Greater Downtown Area Plan to change the recommended land use from residential low density to residential high and mixed use neighborhood on half an acre at 1015 Pacific Street. And docket item 1.2, case number CPC 2021-00232. A request to rezone from District R1.5 to District UR Urban Redevelopment and approve a preliminary development plan to allow for the development of townhouses and duplexes on about half acre at the same location. Anna Naniski is the staff planner.
Thank you, Joe. As stated, docket item number 1 and 1.1 and 1.2 focus on 1015 Pacific Street. The site is, sorry, I'm not sharing my screen, am I? There we go. Sorry about that. 1015 Pacific Street, the existing zoning is R1.5 and they are proposing to rezone to UR. The companion case is associated with an area plan amendment. The existing land use is residential low density, and they are proposing a change to residential medium high and mixed use neighborhood. And this is to approve the rezoning to UR, associated development plan, the area plan amendment to allow for several townhomes, duplexes, and a commercial building to be on the subject site. The project is in the Columbus Park neighborhood. This is a close-up of the site. It is highlighted in yellow. It is right at the corner of Pacific and Truce. Truce kind of turns and becomes the on-ramp to I-35 at this location. This is a close-up of the site plan provided by the applicant. Facing the northern portion of the lot are the townhomes. These are going to be for sale owner-occupied units. In the rear of the townhomes are the duplexes. These will be rental properties. We have some parking associated with the duplexes on the west, and all of the townhomes will have rear loading garages. The commercial building is at the northeast very corner of the site. This is an elevation also provided by the applicant for the townhomes. They are in a modern style. They do feature balconies and little walk-ups. The balconies, front porches aesthetic is a critical characteristic of the Columbus Park neighborhood. And this is an elevation of the duplexes. They are side-by-side duplexes. City staff believe that this is an appropriate use for the subject site. More details relating to the area plan amendment and the development standards are located in the staff report. City staff, we recommend approval of the area plan amendment and approval subject to conditions for the development plan. That concludes my staff report, and I can take any questions.
Are there any questions from the commission regarding docket items number 1.1 and 1.2?
Out of curiosity, because it's a busy area, and based upon some other Columbus Park type projects we've seen, people have brought up parking in the past. I feel like it's a really walkable place, and so I like the idea of not requiring parking for a commercial building. How do you assess whether that's when it's a good situation, when it isn't, just based upon the roads that people could park on in proximity to that building?
I think square footage has a large component of it. They are proposing quite a small commercial space. They're suggesting that maybe like a coffee shop or a little bakery is going to go into the site. Nothing, has been written in stone. So just due to the square footage of the building, it suggests that there won't be as much vehicular traffic as, let's say, a huge, large Target. And they have requested the deviations to that parking deviation to create that neighborhood serving retail where people park maybe a block or two away and walk to the structure.
Okay, thanks.
Anna, can I get you to repeat again the breakdown between ownership and rentals? You had said one style was for sale and the other style was for rental. I
Yeah,
didn't hear
let
which was
me
which.
pull up the map again. The townhomes, which front the northern portion of the lot, these are townhomes, which will be owner occupied.
Okay.
And the duplexes to the rear behind the townhomes, those are going to be rental properties. There are 10 townhomes and 10 units within the duplexes, 5 structures for the duplexes altogether.
And garages are for each unit?
The garages for the townhomes are in each unit and they are rear facing, so they don't front the street. They'll
Okay.
enter off of this curb cut and access their driveway through the back of the townhomes.
And is
Okay.
there a HOA that will represent all of these homes? Even the rental
sorry.
and the for sale ones?
The applicant is better suited to answer that question.
Okay. All right, any other questions for city staff? Seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant for this. So if the applicant's available for docket item 1.1 and 1.2, I'd like to meet him.
Could the applicant raise their hand, or Anna, do you know their name? No one's raising.
It
their
should
hand.
be Matt Murphy. I don't see him on the attendees list. Bear with me one second. Joe, is an Andrew Thanall on?
Nope.
Okay. My apologies. I'm going to give them a call real quick. I guess we'll have to come back to this in a brief moment.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and hold docket item number 1 until we can get in touch with the applicant. And let's move on then to docket item, looks like number 4.
Docket item 4 is 2 companion cases, starting with 4.1, case number CPC 2022-00001. A request to approve an amendment to the Gashland-Nashua area plan to change the recommended land use at 8708 North Oak Traffic Way from low density residential to mixed use neighborhood. And docket item 4.2, case number CPC 2021-00248. Request to rezone the same property from District R 1.5 to District B 1-1 to allow for a coffee shop. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner.
Good morning, everyone. Let me get my presentation pulled up. Okay. All right, so I'll be presenting docket item 4.1, 4.2 for a rezoning without plan, and also an area plan amendment. Site is generally located east of Highway 169 in the Gashland-Nashua area plan area. Here is an aerial of the site. It's currently zoned R 1.5, so a residential zoning district, and the request for rezoning and area plan amendment is to allow for a coffee shop to operate out of the existing building on the site. The building was previously used as an insurance office, so this property has not been used as a residence in quite some time, at least 10 years. I'm not sure, probably before that as well. And then just to kind of put some context around the area for this rezoning, there are a variety of commercial, office, and residential zoning districts along this section of North Oak Traffic Way. And actually just a few weeks ago, I was presenting on this property to the south for rezoning. So it's an interesting corridor. And then here is an image of the future land use designation, which calls for residential low density, which is why the area plan amendment is required. And the applicant is proposing to change the designation to mixed use community, which is the same as the property to the south and also across the street over here. And here's the language in the Gashland-Nashua area plan that just outlines which zoning districts fall into which future land use designations. And then just a street view image of the property contains one building and an existing parking area. The applicant is also proposing to add a few more parking spaces, but those plans are not included in what you're approving for this case. And just another image, as you can see, this area to the north is mostly undeveloped, and then the library is just to the south here. So staff recommends approval without conditions for both the rezoning and area plan amendment. I can take any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff? All right, is the applicant available on this one?
Yeah,
Yes.
Joseph Esri.
And I've just promoted him.
Okay.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. If you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah. Joseph Esri, 10740 Knoll Avenue,
Okay.
Suite 160, Overland Park, Kansas.
All right. Tell us about the project.
Yeah, so this is it's a house that's been a farmer's insurance agent's office for quite a while. And our desire is to open up a coffee shop that would primarily serve the neighborhood sort of around the coffee shop. And then there's a new library being built right next door, and we hope to serve them as well. It's sort of not a drive-through coffee shop. So, a coffee shop where people come in and sit down and spend a little bit of time. There's a pretty big outdoor space. It's about half acre lot, and we hope to let people sit out back as well.
Okay. Sounds good. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 4.1 and 4.2, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to say, Mr. Esri, before we speak amongst the commission?
No, thank you.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and close all testimony. If there's anything the commission would like to discuss, we will. Otherwise, I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 4.1 and 4.2 with without conditions. Or is it all both without conditions?
Leave both, or yeah, no conditions. Okay.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 4.1 and 4.2. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes 5-0 for approval of the project. We appreciate you bringing it in, and good luck as you move forward. All right, are we ready to go back to docket item 1, or should we continue on with docket item 5? Do we know?
I have been able to reach someone from their development team. They said they were working on logging on to the meeting.
All right, so let's go ahead and go on with docket item number 5 then, and then we'll come back to docket item 1.
Docket item 5 is case number ROW 2021-00031. This is a request to vacate a portion of an alley for the Levy at Martini Corner project, which has been approved already. The site is located north of 31st Street between Oak Street on the west and Gillum Road on the east. And Genevieve Kahn is our staff planner on this one as well.
Okay, so now we have the right-of-way vacation. And the site, like Joe said, it is located around the Union Hill area, just south of the downtown core. Here's a outline in yellow of the proposed vacation. As you can see, the alley is sort of a T shape. And so the proposed vacation is for the left side over here. The green, don't be distracted, is just some planting lines. This is a street view image of the proposed vacation. And on the right is an existing building, and on the left is a vacant lot. So the request for vacation is due to the site plan for an approved case on this site. As Joe mentioned, it's for a mixed use development, and the red portion is the alley to be vacated. And then again, just to give you some more context of the area, this is the vacant lot where this whole development will take up, and the alley is just behind these trees. And then again, the building, again, the new development will take up this whole area, and the alley is just tucked in over here. And then the request for vacation meets the criteria as discussed in my staff report, and staff recommends approval with conditions based on the responses from the utility companies, utility entities that I have listed here. So conditions include required maintenance of easements or relocation options, for existing utilities within the area that is to be vacated. And additionally, staff requests that the requirement for the sign posting for this case be waived as described in my staff report as well. And I can take any questions.
Any questions from the commission regarding docket item number 5? I just want to state the waiver of the sign posting. I think everybody might recall that in the past, prior to the pandemic, we always had signs posted on site to advertise the meetings, for city planning commission meetings. Once the pandemic occurred, we waived the requirement to post the signs. But at the first of the year, we started that back up again. And so it's a requirement then to actually post the signs on the site to advertise the public meetings that take place. I believe it's the best thing to do because that's where you get the most, you see it more people driving by that live close. They can actually see an actual meeting will take place. And having that advertisement there is key. The challenge has been, however, getting those signs put together so that the applicant can post them on site, how to get them, because sometimes city hall's closed or staff is not available and that. So I think we're still working on the procedure policy for that. And we'll hopefully get that taken care of here in the next month or so, make sure we have those postings on site. So just letting you know what that is. Any questions on that from the commission? Okay. So on this, I just, again, curious if there's any questions from the commission regarding docket item number 5. I think we said no. So with that, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant for this case. Is the applicant available?
Joe, it looks like Gary is on to represent this case. You could promote him.
I apologize. Someone was in here talking to me. I'm going to promote him now.
Hi, good morning.
My name's Gary Hassenflew, project developer, which is MW Development Enterprises LLC, and Martini Corner Housing LLC. And yeah, we have before you this request to vacate that alley due to the fact our construction will be of a single structure, taking up that whole area, which is what's necessary to get our unit count of 163 units and still deliver a parking and a commercial space on the ground floor. So we appreciate your review of this item and staff's review of this item and request an approval today. Any questions?
I just had when your building is built, does it take over the alleyway?
No.
So you'll still have access.
Well, yeah, it won't take over that north-south alley, if that's what you're talking about.
But the east-west one, it will. Is that the one where that's where the easements need to be maintained, correct? So
Yeah,
you're
just the
relocating.
east-west portion to the west of the north-south alley.
Okay. Are you relocating utilities in that location or?
Yes.
Okay. So the easements will be vacated at that time when
Right.
you have the utilities relocated. Okay. Sounds good. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 5, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
I do not see anyone else raising their hand, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else, Mr. Hassenflew, on this project?
No, sir.
All right, So we'll go ahead and close testimony then and speak amongst the commission, or I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 5 with conditions.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 5. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes for approval of docket item number 5. Thank you for bringing that in, and good luck as you move forward. All right, so let's go back to docket item number 1.1 and 1.2.
Mr. Crowell, the applicant has requested to continue this case to March 15th.
Okay, just so I understand that if that's the case, if it does get continued, we do have an established quorum since we started the application and have gone through that. So there'll be the 5 of the commissioners here present today. So just making sure everybody knows that. What day are they looking to continue the case?
March 15th. And Andrew is on the line if you wish to have that confirmation about the quorum with him.
Okay. I think he understands that.
Andrew, if you, oh,
Hey, Kobe, good to see you. Good to see you all, commissioners. Sorry, can you repeat your statement?
Yeah, I was just saying that we did open this case up. We heard the staff report. And so because of that, it's established a quorum from the commission on this case, which is the 5 commissioners that are present here today. We've got 3 commissioners out. So just making sure everybody's aware of that as we move forward on it.
So does that mean that in order for our case to be heard again on March 15th, you all same commissioners must all be present at that time?
That's correct. Yeah, at least 4 of us.
Okay.
I'll be out more than likely on the 15th.
But I think the other 4 will actually be here for sure.
Okay.
Can I ask why we're continuing?
Yes, because we're looking at certain key aspects of the plan, and it was not ready yet for being presented. So we had asked this several weeks ago to say, hey, let's hold off until March while we look at certain key aspects of the overall site plan. As you can see, it's a great little project, but there are several different components to it that we are refining with our design and engineering team at the moment.
Okay.
it is my error that it got docketed today.
Okay. Is March 15th enough time to get through those items and then to resubmit your site plan and application or site plan anyways?
That's our intention, yes.
Okay. Yes, it'd have to be sent within a week, I think.
I think I'm concerned that if we are limiting ourselves to only the 4 commissioners that will be present in order to obtain approval, will we have to have 100% approval of that?
Yeah, and remember, we are a recommending body. Our recommendation goes forth to the council.
Right, so that by the fact that this was presented today has somewhat limited our availability to present to the full commission. Is that what happened?
Correct. Sarah, would you like to add anything?
I would just, it's a majority vote. So you wouldn't need a full support from all 4, but it's a straight majority.
Okay, but normally the commissioner, there are a larger number of commissioners. And
Correct.
So that by virtue of this error, we are now limited as to seeking, an approving recommendation. That's how I'm understanding that, correct?
It's correct that there will be fewer commissioners hearing your case.
That seems a little, I don't know. It seems a little unfair since it was not our error that created this situation. We had met with staff and we had done this weeks ago. So, it doesn't seem appropriate that we suffer a disadvantage. If we weren't going to be able to continue the case, then the staff should have told us that, and we would have definitely been prepared to present this morning. But
Yeah,
we relied upon the representation from city staff.
sure. And I'm sorry about that. I can't speak to what happened. If there was some sort, maybe Joe or Anna can address that, but I wouldn't necessarily, I don't know that I would agree that you're at a disadvantage. I mean, in either situation, it's really a majority vote, right? And even if it's, say, a tie vote or it's not recommended for approval, you still go to the full council for a final decision.
Right, but can you see the position that I'm presenting here, that we would normally come to a full commission or whomever was present and be able to present our project, and now we are not able to do that. So maybe Joe or Anna can.
I would say
speak to
there are
that, or
less
perhaps
there are
we
less
can
of us
present.
to convince, so you're in good shape.
Right.
There are fewer of us that you need to convince, and luckily this project seems pretty straightforward. So yeah, it's unfortunate that it happened, mistakes happen, but I wouldn't view it as a disadvantage either.
No.
Well, thank you very much, commissioners. I mean, we are very excited about this project. We've spoken a ton with the neighborhood. We're very glad that they support this. There are some moving pieces that we are trying to refine, including the inclusion of, let's say, a commercial building at the corner. I just want to give you some of our thinking process before we come to you. We don't expect it to be dramatic differences, but we want to go forward with our best foot forward. And we weren't ready to do that this week, but we will be ideally in 1 month's time.
Okay. And so if anything, it sounds like on the first meeting in March, which is March 1st, Commissioner Baker will be out, so that would be down to 4. So if you want to continue to the 15th, then I would assume that all
that was our
5 would be back.
Our intention was to go to the 15th, and
Okay.
that's what the staff had told us was going to happen.
Okay. Are you available that day, Mr. Baker, or do you know?
On the 15th, no, I'll be out of town.
Okay. I thought it was the 1st that you were out. Okay.
Okay, well, I really appreciate your time, and we will look forward to showing you our beautiful project on March 15th.
Okay. Sounds good. So hang tight. Since we've opened the case up and have talked through the staff piece, I just want to see if anybody's out there from the public that would like to speak on this case that also showed up thinking that would be heard today. So if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak regarding docket item 1.1 and 1.2, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay. All right, so with that, then we'll close public testimony. And it looks like we will then, I'm looking for a motion to continue docket item 1.1 and 1.2 to future meeting.
I have one other question. If we appear on March 15th and one of these 4 commissioners is not able to appear, well, one of the 4, because Mr. Baker won't be available. If one of the 4 of you is not able to appear, what will happen at that point procedurally?
It would probably automatically be continued to the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, I'll take a motion in from the commissioners to continue docket item 1.1 and 1.2.
I move to continue docket item 1.1 and 1.2 to March 15th
Without fee.
without fee.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for continuance of docket item 1.1 and 1.2 to March 15th. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Mhm. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I
Aye.
had to cough. Enders
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes to continue to March 15th. We apologize for the hearing it early than what you had, but I think we are looking forward to the project when you are ready to bring it through. So thank you very much. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Chair.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and move then to docket item number 6, please. You're on mute, Joe. I'm sorry.
Docket item 6 is case number CPC 2021-00234. Request to approve a preliminary plat for a 9-unit townhouse development known as 29 Forest Townhomes located at 2901 Forest Avenue. Najma Muhammad is the staff planner.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. Good morning. Before us, we have docket item number 6, CD CPC 2021-00234. At or about 2901 Forest, they'll be combining 3 lots in an R1.5 zoning district. It's a request to approve a preliminary plat for 9-unit residential development. The applicant held a virtual public engagement meeting on February 8th. The subject site is located in the greater downtown area. This is a close-up of the subject site and the 3 lots that the applicant seeks to combine. This is an even closer look at the area. There was a typo in my staff report where I put 1 lot for 9 residential units. It's actually going to be 9 lots for each unit here. It's located at the intersection of 29th and Forest. The private plat will have private water and sewer connection, and they need to work with staff to address some of the conditions as outlined in the staff report. This is the Google Street View of the property as of 2019. And staff recommends approval subject to conditions. That concludes my staff report.
Okay, thank you. You said there's still some items that need to be worked out between the applicant and city staff? Are those listed
Yes.
in the conditions?
It is.
Okay.
They are. Though there's one condition that lists an A, B, C, D item
Okay.
in the staff report that still need to be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Any other
welcome.
questions from the commission to city staff? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant on this project. Is the applicant available for docket item number 6?
I've promoted Tyler Asby.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. This is Tyler Asby.
Hi, Tyler. If you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Tyler Asby. I'm the project manager for Exact Architects. It's 3829 Main Street, Suite 103, Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay. Yeah, tell us a little bit about the project, please.
Of course. Yeah, apologies. My camera's not working at the moment, but Yes, we're excited to present this project. It is a 9 townhouse development. They would be for sale products. As mentioned, we've met with staff a few times. There are some open meetings regarding the location of some parkland space, whether that's going to be dedicated or payment in lieu of. And then the city actually installed a new public sewer along 29th Street late last year. And so coordinating some of that to align with staff documents and our documents. But beyond that, yeah, we're excited. We held a neighborhood meeting, and as part of that discussion, there were some concerns with parking. So we did want to clarify that this is only 9 units. I believe the zoning per the staff report allows up to 17. We felt that was too dense as well. So at 9 units, we do have garage parking and then at least 1 additional off-street parking per unit for a total of minimum 18 off-street parking stalls. With that, I'm open to take any questions.
Okay, can you remind me, is this for rent or is this for sale?
This is a for sale product, and they would the development team is actually putting together an HOA document for this development only, and that would be part of the submission as required for the city.
Okay. Sounds good. Any other questions from the commission? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 6, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, I'm promoting CJ Warwick, followed by Richard Hernandez and Janine Dunn.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I did receive a phone call as well as an email in opposition from residents. I attached the email to the case in InterGov as it came after the posting of the staff reports.
Okay. Is that something you can?
It's attached in Compass.
Okay. All right. So can you remind me again who we're starting with?
Well, I started with CJ Warwick, but CJ has not accepted the promotion. So the only ones to join so far are Richard Hernandez and Janine Dunn.
All right, let's start with Richard Hernandez. Looks like you're off mute. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Richard Hernandez, 2106 Holly, Kansas City, Missouri.
Yes, sir.
Not my neighborhood, but we've dealt with this exact architects before over here. And with that virtual meetings in the neighborhood, it never worked. They would put up questions and they say it was coming from the neighborhood. We didn't recognize anything. I think they were scripted questions, but not from the neighborhood. So we fought them on 29th and Bellevue. It was terrible. There was like 20, 30 or 30 complaints against that property they never took care of, and it's still there. They sold the property and moved on, and it's still there. There's still nothing. So I don't believe they ought to be granted anything. They're not a reliable company. Thank you. I was hoping the neighborhood would speak up, but they probably don't know about this group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Janine, are you available?
I am available. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
I'm Janine Dunn. I'm Vice President of the Beacon Hill Mcfeeders Community Council.
Yes.
We are the neighborhood association. And I was on the virtual meeting with the exact team last Tuesday. That was Tyler and Lauren. And during that, the course of that meeting with us, several of our residents expressed some concerns, which we communicated to the exact team. And parking was only one of those concerns.
Okay. Any other concerns? Is just mainly parking?
Density, because those lots, there were single family homes on those lots. And so there was a definite concern expressed among residents that the developer should consider single-family homes as opposed to the multifamily project that they're proposing.
Okay.
Heavy resistance to the creation of another HOA as well. We already have 2 in the neighborhood, and while we work very well together, it causes a lot of confusion among residents as to who they should be communicating with.
Okay.
You know, and it can be perceived as a divisive tool, you know, when everybody is trying to work together in our neighborhood.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
I think CJ is on, but yeah, that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is CJ available?
CJ has raised their hand again, but CJ, you'll need to accept the promotion to join us. In the meantime, someone named Deborah has raised their hand, and I'll go ahead and promote Deborah as well.
Okay.
I'm unmuted now, correct?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
If you
All
could
righty.
State your
Yes.
name and address for the record, please.
Yes. My full name is Kalma Warwick. My address is 1316 Lake Avenue.
Okay. Yes.
I was,
Go ahead.
I participated in the meeting last Tuesday, and in addition to the concerns of the neighborhood, other than what Janine expressed, I wanted to go back into the subject of the parking. We were explained numbers wise that there would be parking for 2 spots parking for each of the units. However, that is not really what would be happening. We know that at the price of these homes, this would be a and with the multi-family homes, that the 2 cars would have, one of the cars would have to end up on the street most of the time, because you only have a 1-car garage, and most houses that are within this range, they have 2-car garages, and there's just inadequate space. It would be a lot of jockeying around. There is no parking on 29th Street. So what you're doing is you're flooding up Forest, and then you're backing into the parking for the school district. We want to go back to the whole concept of our neighborhood being a single-family homes. There were 3 lots, I believe, that were purchased that they're putting 9 units on. And that's just absolutely too crowded, and you're backed up to the other neighbors as well as the street. So we'd like for this whole project to be reconsidered and scaled down to be more representative of the homes that we'd like to have on Beacon Hill. That's on my end of my comments.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And Deborah?
Morning. Good
Hi.
morning. This is Deborah Thompson. I'm at 1321 East 28th Terrace. I just want to echo on the 2 comments that we are still against this development. Main reason, parking, and the concept that we do have for our neighborhood. We already have issues with traffic at 29th and Forest with the school board being there, and now with the college being built on Troost. And I find it interesting that the city has put in a sewer line for this expansion, and yet we're fighting sewer problems within the neighborhood. And I know that there were letters sent out, but it was a lot of residences on 29th Street that weren't issued this letter. I don't know what the process is exactly about notifying people in the area when developments come up like this, but it's a little concerning that, you know, they're trying to put these townhomes in this little plot here. It's just something that the neighborhood is against, and I just wanted to voice my opinion on that. Thank you.
Okay. Can you answer a question for me?
Sure.
When you say you're having sewer problems, does that during the rain event, or is that, I mean?
No, it's
non-
an ongoing problem that we've had between the 28th Terrace block and 29th Street. And the city refuses to do anything about it. They're saying that it's our problem. And then I'm thinking with all these new things coming in, probably some of that will flow down. We actually have sewage leaking in one of the residences' backyard.
Okay, so it's not a stormwater issue, it's more of a sanitary sewer issue.
Right, the main
Okay.
line for the sewer for the neighborhood, for the block.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else, Joe?
Sorry, I was muted. No, Mr. Chair, there's no one else.
Okay, so at this time. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and come back to the applicant here. Sounds like there's several comments or questions that the neighborhood has. If you can kind of help address some of those.
Yeah, of course. So this is Tyler Asby again, the applicant. And so to that point, we regarding the parking, we understand the concern there. I will say a lot of the driveways are one car wide driveways, and neighboring developments as well. And so the idea here, providing two off-street parking stalls, one would be a driveway stall and one would be a covered or an interior garage stall. We feel it's adequate to provide two parking stalls off street. We understand the concept that some of those may bleed onto the street, but for the development, we are providing a minimum of 18 off-street parking stalls, which we feel is adequate and a good faith effort. And then in addition to the density, so we did discuss that with staff actually as part of one of the staff reports based on the R1.5 zoning. We're allowed up to 17 units on this lot. We agree that is far too dense as a multifamily product. And that's also part of the reason that I know these are for sale units, is because the owner is sensitive to the idea of bringing rental units into this neighborhood. With that, I think that concludes mine. And I just want to be clear too. I believe the first comment was regarding a project at 29th and Bell, which is not related to this project at 29th and Forest.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
do we have a rendering of this project? I haven't heard anyone mention how it actually looks. They've been focusing on parking and the density. Do we have a rendering of what this is supposed to look like?
Yeah, it should be in your packet. I don't know if staff can pull that up as well.
I'm not
pulling it up now.
Okay.
One moment.
And I believe she showed us a street view that was what, 2019? There are no other houses in that area from what they showed?
On that corner, there are no houses. Behind it on the eastern side of the lot is a state office. To the south of the lot is another office use. However, the same developers own that property as well. So I'm not sure if it'll continue to be an office use here. As you can see, it was previously the State of Missouri Office of Administration. And then to the west is the Board of Education building. And across the street is another vacant residential space. This is the lots as were shown, but this is a more of a visual representation of what they plan to make the townhomes look like from the front.
Thank you. Can go back for me a minute. Go back and that color one and enlarge that back one more time for me. So this is just one big building that they've subdivided into the different units?
So this is one of them. Their plan would be 7 of the units. I believe this is supposed to depict all 7 of those units, and then they're planning to have an additional set of 2 units to the south of that here.
And what's the price point on these, Tyler?
Yeah, this is Tyler. That was a really good question that was brought up as part of the neighborhood meeting. I will say with construction costs, I don't have that final total from the owners yet.
So what's your estimated total as of today?
I think they had said they were in the 300,000 range. I cannot speak intelligently on that though. We will have to wait for essentially if this project is approved and if it's able to be priced for construction, they'll be able to set the value then. But they are market rate is how they're being sold.
And what's the amenities? How many bedrooms and stuff are we shooting for?
So there's 2 styles here of townhouses. There's a 2-bed, 2.5 bath. And if we're able to zoom in on this plane, it tells you. And then there's also a 3-bed, 2.5 bath.
And both with 1-car garage?
They do. They have 1-car garage with 1 parking stall in the driveway.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. Question for staff. When developers say that something's intended for owner occupant for sale, what are the different potential outcomes in terms of someone deciding to use a property as a rental property? You know, is this something that could easily be purchased by one person, or could the developer decide that the metrics don't work and they need to become rental units?
Yes, they can. They wouldn't probably go through the expense. If this was not intended to be owner occupied, they wouldn't need to go through this process that they're going through right now. So I think it's very unlikely that someone would elect to come through this type of process if they believed that it was likely that they were going to rent the units instead of sell them. But the ultimate buyers of each units could turn around and rent them out.
And then one more question for staff. So in terms of density, understood that it's fine. You know, I like the idea of the phasing from the commercial corridor off of Troost towards the single family. Could you speak about what the property use or zoning is directly north and south of this property along that street?
Along which street?
The one perpendicular to 29th. I forget what it is. Sorry.
Forest.
Forest, yeah.
I can show you the street view. Give me one moment.
And I think you kind of mentioned it. I just want to make sure I heard correctly.
The land to the north is undeveloped on the opposite side of 29th Street.
And what's the zoning?
It is zoned
R1.5 as well. To the north.
Yeah, most of this neighborhood is zoned R1.5. It extends northward several blocks and southward several blocks as well. And then the property to the west is B4 and M1.
And as we go east, when does it change from 1.5 to 6 or something else? If it does.
It doesn't.
Oh, there
it doesn't.
Okay, it doesn't. Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
So isn't there a former school that's north of this as well?
Joe, maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, I think there may have been a school at 28th and Tracy, which is a block to the northeast. The neighborhood may be able to speak to that more intelligently than me.
Yeah, if I remember right, it's some type of state school that used to be in that area.
Yes, and I believe St. Vincent uses that also as an annex to their school. The building is still there.
Okay. In good
Also, I
repair?
have a question. What is the square footage like on the floor, first floor of these townhomes? Tyler?
Are we able to pull up the plan again? So I think they're around 1,400 square feet, depending on the unit style, but they're 18 feet wide, and then I believe they're like 42 feet deep. And so they should say on the plan exactly that square footage. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, well, we didn't get the complete plan when we had that meeting, so I don't know.
I think, sorry, I might have missed that. They're about 1,500 square feet overall. And then so the first floor, take out the garage space. Is that correct, Tyler?
Correct. Yeah. On the first floor, you will see there's a kitchen, half bath, living space with the garage to the backside, depending on they mirror. And then some of them are 2 stories where you have the 2 bedrooms, and some of them are 3 stories where you have the 3rd bedroom with the upper floor master. And those should be, I believe those are included in the packet. We provided them to staff.
I don't think we had that level of detail.
Okay, any other questions from the commission on this? Okay, so at this time, I'm going to close all testimony then and speak amongst the commission. If there's any discussion we need to have. Otherwise, I would take a motion on this case, please.
I'll just say, I understand the neighborhood's concerns. I think this is a good kind of intermediate step, especially with regards to parking and density. And I've been, since my time here on the commission, I've been an advocate of kind of townhomes all throughout the city. I think it's a good option. And I think while the sticker price is maybe a little bit higher than even I would want it to be, I think the construction costs are really challenging at the moment. And if these were to be single family homes, it would be even more expensive. So I think it gives a good kind of, as Tyler was saying, a good buffer from some of the commercial aspects in the parking lot to the west. It's I think a good intermediate step into the neighborhood. So I'll be in favor of the project.
Yeah,
those are my thoughts as well.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking too. Surrounding this particular project, there's a lot of good buffers between it and the actual single family homes, and it's something I'm in favor of. I think it's a good fit for the area. Anybody else? So with that, I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 6 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 6 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
No.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
No. Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 3-2 to move forward. So we appreciate you bringing it in, and good luck with the next step, and good luck with the project.
Thank you for your time.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is there anywhere else in this process that we can express our opposition to this project?
Yes. The next step is it'll actually go through the city council. So it'll get introduced to the full council and then move back to one of the committee meetings. So I would follow that there. And let's see, if you can get your name and address to the staff person, then I think they'll be able to inform you of that.
And this is just a recommendation. So this is not approval of any sort.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
Yep,
you.
thank you. All right, Joe, let's move on then to docket item number 12 then.
All right, docket item 12 is case number, there's 3 companions. Starting with case number 12.1, case number CPC 2021-00192. This is a request to amend the Shoal Creek Valley Area Plan for Patton Lawn located at the southwest corner of Northeast 96th and I-435. Docket item 12.2, case number CPC 2021-00190. A request to rezone the subject property from R80 to District AGR to allow for horticultural services uses at the same location. Docket item 12.3, case number CPC 2021-00191. This is a request to approve a development plan for the same use at the same location. And Shu Wood is our staff planner.
Good morning, everyone. Before I start the presentation, I'd like to highlight that there is an established quorum on this case. You initially heard this case and continued it. So I believe today we have Commissioner Baker, Beasley, Crow, and Rojas on this established quorum today. We don't have Commissioner Allender, Hill, and Sadowski. I think I wanted to make sure that the applicant wanted to pursue with the absence of the 3 commissioners from the quorum. Is it okay, Joe, for you to promote the applicant Patricia Jensen and let her state in response to my comments?
She's been promoted.
Thank you.
Shu, I thought Commissioner Enders was on some of this previously.
No,
I came in late and did not hear the case.
Right, Commissioner Enders is not on the originally established quorum. So that's why I kind of want to confirm with you if you want to move forward today.
Yeah, we've got 4 members. I'd like to move forward. We've waited a long time.
Okay.
And to the commission, you're going to hear some frustrations on my behalf, and I apologize for that.
I can guarantee you guys you'll not hear frustration from my end. I'm going to go ahead and start with the highlighted changes from this presentation instead of giving you the full presentation like I did before. So these 3 companion cases, as Joe stated before. Can you see my screen, by the way?
Not yet. Can you tell me again who our quorum is? So it's Baker, Crowell, Beasley, and Rojas. Is that correct?
Yes, Baker, Beasley, Crow, and Rojas.
Okay.
Okay, then can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So this case in front of you, you've already heard the merits of it, and I'm just going to highlight the changes that they made during the revised plan. So just give you a fresh in the memory part. It's located on the Northland, in the Northland, on the southwest corner of Highway 435 and Northeast and 96th Street. Currently, it is a big chunk of land. The applicant is proposing to subdivide this lot into 2, and the northernmost portion of it is about 3 acres that they're proposing to use it for horticulture services, and therefore they're requesting to rezone it from the current zoning R80 to AGR, which stands for the Agriculture Residential Zoning District. And this is the revised development plan the applicant submitted. The big changes they made include they agreed to extend the water line. If you still remember, there is a water main located to the northwest of this property and stopped at the property owner just north of the street. And the applicant agreed to extend that water line to the property where it can provide adequate fire protection services and adding a fire hydrant over there. The applicant also proposed to remove this building a little bit to the north to accommodate the water services requirement before they can install a septic system. So these are the two big changes that the applicant proposed. Other than that, the driveway, they still propose to have a new curb cut from the northeast 96th Street, leading to their proposed new building and the existing building. There's not much change to their building footprint or the uses. There is a little bit change to the landscape accommodating the tweak of the building location and the orientation. So staff did recommend approval to the development plan with conditions, and approval without conditions to the rezoning application, and a dismissal to the area plan amendment due to the fact that they don't need an area plan amendment to change the recommended future land use per the rezone classification. And I believe the applicant has reviewed the staff report and had some feedback to staff's recommendation regarding to the corrections and conditions. I'm just going to stop right here and let the applicant state their petition. Do you have questions for me?
Any questions from the commission?
So just to make sure, so staff's recommending approval based on the based on the fire protection and water services changes and the change of location to allow for a septic system. Is that correct?
So staff recommends approval to the rezoning case is due to the review criteria that we review based off the rezoning petition. What is the category they're rezoning to is that it compatible to the surrounding land use regarding to the existing and future recommendation. That's how we recommend approval to the rezoning case. And to the development plan case, yes, we recommended approval due to the use that they're proposing. We believe it suits this area, and with conditions that the conditions can address those public improvements requirement and the future any of those permitting requests from different divisions and departments. So this is our ground where we take our position to make the recommendation. And that's one of the reasons we set a list of conditions and corrections. So if that answers your question, Commissioner Baker.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the commission to staff? Okay, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant, Ms. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joe, have you promoted Zane Patton?
Yeah, he's promoted.
And is Sam Aylett or Zachary Brinkner on? Do you know?
I do not see.
I don't see them. It helps if they'd raise their hands if they want to be promoted.
That's
I don't see them on the list at all.
I know that they're on. The most important person is Zane, and I'm going to have him make some remarks following my presentation. And it's really to recount the history of the case. And again, I apologize, but we're very frustrated with the response level that we have not received from staff. As you recall, we had an extensive discussion on January 4th.
You went on mute.
You're muted for some reason, Patricia.
Sorry. We had an extensive discussion on January 4th with regards to the conditions. We had made a request of you to either delete or revise a number of conditions. I know you were frustrated as well. So we agreed to continue this case to allow us to meet with staff and have another DRC meeting. We had that other DRC meeting on January 12th. And frankly, I thought it was a very good meeting with staff. I thought we were going to have all of these conditions ironed out. And at that January 12th DRC meeting, which was in the morning, the staff asked me to provide a list of our requested revisions to the conditions. I provided that list to the staff on January in the afternoon at 2:00 p.m. in the afternoon. And I didn't hear anything following that. The only person I've had any response from is Kirk Rome in the Water Services Department. So we're again at the point where we need to ask you to revise a number of conditions because they are frankly just not applicable. What we had discussed was we had to move the building to the north because there was a building code requirement that said if you were within 200 feet of a manhole, you had to connect to the sanitary sewer main. And so we moved the building, so we are out of that 200-foot requirement. As I said, I didn't hear anything following our emailing to staff with the revised condition until we received the staff report, and we received that last Thursday. I immediately sent an email to Shu saying I was confused by the staff report because if you look at the front part of the staff report, it starts on page 2 requesting that the project be continued to February 15th. And today's February 15th. So I thought that was very confusing. As well, when I looked at the conditions that are attached in the staff report, none of the changes are made. So I asked her about that and I copied Kirk Rome on it. I heard from Kirk Rome that he agreed we could delete condition on number 3. We could revise condition number 3 to delete or to remove general note number 11, which I agreed to do. So I heard nothing from Thursday at 4 when I sent that email. And so then following on Monday morning, I sent an email to the staff at 8:25 a.m. yesterday morning saying, here guys, I haven't heard anything. It's very confusing. I want to make this as easy as possible for the commission. And I recounted our history and then I summarized the revisions to the conditions. We believe and we would request that you remove corrections number 1 and 2. You revise number 3 to delete the number 9. So we'll remove general note number 11. That you delete conditions 4, 7, 10, 15, 19, and 23. Those are all related to this requirement of plating. And as you recall, we were told we could remove the plating requirement if we didn't have any public improvements. We do not have any public improvements because we moved the building as was discussed. And then condition numbers 28 and 29 are the same. So we ask that you remove one of those conditions. They're worded a little bit differently, but they're the exact same condition. All Zane wants to do is build a building for his small business. He's having to take a lot of time out of his business, his lawn and landscape business, to try to solve these issues. And I believe Zane is on and he will also speak regarding that. Zane?
Yeah, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I number one, I appreciate first off everybody's time, in taking the case and hearing the case. I just feel like, unfortunately, right now, as the, person that's proposing the project, I feel like we're doing everything we can on our end to make amendments, to make corrections. And to be totally honest, we don't even get a response from anybody. We were supposed to have responses on February the 9th. That never happened. Kirk is the only individual that's shown any interest and made, some improvements to the conditions. And besides that, we haven't heard from a single person in multiple attempts to, make these corrections, make this process as easy as possible. And it's, it's to the point now it's frustrating. We agreed to the continuance to allow everybody more time. And now, here we are this morning. I feel like with not a lot of, help from, some of the members to move this process forward. I mean, I own a landscape and lawn care business in the Northland. I'm trying to build a maintenance facility. And that's pretty much what it is. I don't think it's, a difficult, process. We've agreed to the fire hydrant, expansion. We've agreed to the road. We've agreed, on changing the driveway and stuff like that. I'm kind of the point now. I'm just kind of lost and frustrated. And so I don't know what else to do. And so I appreciate, you guys considering the process of, the project and the stipulations. And if we need to, anything we can do to make it easier, I appreciate it. And I'm just don't have a whole lot to say right now.
So Mr. Crowell and Commission, in addition to my email from yesterday morning to staff, I didn't hear from them at all during the day. So at 4:10 p.m., I sent another email to the staff and asked them, hey, I haven't heard a response. Will you respond? And received no response other than the Kirk Rome response we've discussed. Again, we're asking you to remove conditions 1 and 2, revise condition 3 to state remove general note 11 from the plan, delete conditions 4, 7, 10, 15, 19, and 23. They all deal with the major subdivision plat, and to delete either condition 28 or 29 because they're the same condition. And we're available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commission to the applicant on this? Some of these concerns?
So did I hear that they did agree to move the driveway cut? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah, we're showing the driveway. We'll use the driveway in its current configuration until such time as 96th Street gets improved. And then the drive can be relocated because the site distance will be better, Commissioner Beasley.
And commissioners, if I could reply to what Ms. Jensen just mentioned in regarding to staff's comments, and that I would appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, I just want to make sure there aren't any questions from the commission first. All right, seeing none. Okay, so Shu, if you could maybe answer and kind of go through some of these,
yeah,
please.
That's great. Thank you. I'm going to share a screen here in a second regarding to the request Ms. Jensen sent it to us yesterday. So as Ms. Jensen mentioned, we did have another staff DRC, including the applicant, to address all these disagreements from the first meeting. And during the DRC time, I believe there were conditions and corrections not being sorted out where staff did not agree upon. And Ms. Jensen mentioned she will continue working with staff. And we believe we told Ms. Jensen that we need to see a revised plan to be able to create a new round of review and update staff's comments just per the software's requirement, which Ms. Jensen did. And so Ms. Jensen did submit a set of revised plan, and staff did review this set of new plan, including the highlighted changes that I mentioned. So staff did update the new comments in the condition and correction report. As you can see, for each condition, there is for most of the condition, there is a new date that the staff put the comments in, which was not from January. It's essentially from February. As the parts that Ms. Jensen pointed out, staff did not respond. I believe I have talked to Ms. Jensen before that we did have disagreement with the plotting process, and that's fundamentally the portion coming from my conditions and from our LDD's conditions, and I will address that over here, which conditions touch that theme over here. But the rest of those, I believe, we're just in a disagreement with. And beyond those side conversations that I'm not aware, I believe staff correspond as much as possible to address their disagreement. And I think today's focus should just be on these corrections and conditions. And I'm willing to provide the feedback per staff's view, what these conditions are and whether or not we are in agreement removing or change them and why, if that sounds good to you all.
Okay, I'm just looking here. So the staff report that I have, the conditions and plan corrections shown on that, there's basically 3 pages of it. So what you revised after your DRC meeting that you had on the 12th. So these are updated based on that, is that correct?
This is updated based on the revised plan the applicant submitted.
Okay.
In February, yes.
And that
correct.
plan was submitted after the DRC, the January 12th
Right.
meeting?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the revised plan, I did highlight what they changed. So I'm going to address these requests that Ms. Jensen mentioned. I believe the condition number 1, 7, 10, 15, and 23, which are all the conditions Ms. Jensen requested removal, these are largely related to the platting process I mentioned. Staff believe they need to go through a preliminary plat process, whereas this application did not include a preliminary plat sheet. Ms. Jensen indicated their intent to submit a minor subdivision after the approval of this project. And staff is disagreeing with that. That is merely to the code that per our preliminary plat requirement. Because we do require improvements through the platting process that including a water supply and a wastewater system that's other than any individual wells and individual sewage disposal systems, which they are proposing a septic system. And we believe that because they're proposing a septic system, they're not complying with this code requirement for a minor subdivision. So therefore, their route is open and staff agree that they probably do not need a full sanitary system as we typically would require. Staff is in support with the septic system, but the process-wise, we believe they need to go through a procedure for the preliminary plat to be able to ask for waivers and deviations from the general requirements for improvements. And again, waivers and modifications can be identified on the preliminary plat. This is why we believe this is the appropriate route as indicated by the code. So we have requested Ms. Jensen to submit a preliminary plat, which she disagrees with. And of course, I'm sure she will have her response to that. But get back to those conditions, number 1, 7, 10, 15, 23, I believe these are the ones largely focusing on preliminary plat process. And we're not in agreement of removing those. And for number 2, for the number 2 correction is.
1 second, Shu. So basically there's just a fundamental difference between how this site gets subdivided, whether it be by a platting process to divide the property versus a minor subdivision process. Correct?
Exactly. There is a fundamental disagreement between staff and the applicant how this property can be subdivided. Staff believes they have to go through a major amendment, a major subdivision process to be able to request any or grant and to be able to have the city to grant any deviations and waivers per the improvement standards. The applicant believes they don't need to, they can qualify for a minor subdivision process.
Shu, let me jump in real quick. I want to correct something you stated. We don't just believe that, that's what the code says. So the code, unfortunately, I would prefer to change it. And in fact, we tried to at one point because it does not give us any gray area for public improvements. It simply says thou shalt do these things. And as Shu pointed out to you, one of the public improvements that's required is the city connection to the city wastewater system. And the only way you can not do those improvements is to get a waiver or modification. And the only way to get a waiver or modification is through the preliminary plat process. That's why we have said you have to submit a preliminary plat, because we support that modification, but we don't believe it can be granted without going through the plat process that we've asked Ms. Jensen to apply for.
Okay. Does the commission understand that? Okay.
So let me summarize it in my simple-minded head. The fundamental disagreement is how they are able to modify the public improvement process. It's either through a subdivision or a platting process, and staff believes that you have to go through the platting process, not the subdivision process. Correct?
They're the same process. There's two types of subdivisions. Ms. Jensen wants to file a minor subdivision. The stuff that she was showing you on the screen is only available through a preliminary plat, which is a major subdivision.
Okay.
So we're saying that she has not applied for the right thing. She needs to apply for a preliminary plat, and then the council can grant those waivers and modifications, and you can make a recommendation on those waivers and modifications once she's applied for that. But procedurally, the code doesn't allow, in our interpretation, the code does not allow the commission or the council to grant a modification or a waiver of a public improvement standard outside of the preliminary plat process.
Okay, thank you.
So Joseph, am I hearing then that all it takes is to file an application paperwork for the two, or are there other requirements that have to be submitted with that paperwork?
I mean, yeah, they have to file what in effect would be their subdivision drawings that they would submit with their minor subdivision with their preliminary plat application. And again, I'm not suggesting that that makes sense. I think that, in my professional opinion, you ought to be able to grant a deviation or a modification with the application that's before you. What I'm telling you is the code doesn't allow you to. I think the code would have to be changed to do that.
I'm following you on that. I'm just trying to look at it from the applicant side. Does that mean that they have to go out and get additional work done to file that? I'm trying to understand why the pushback on filing what sounds like just a form.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to file drawings as well. So maybe they don't have those prepared yet. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask the applicant.
So they wouldn't need the drawings for what we're doing, period. Would these be an additional set of drawings?
Yes, I don't believe they're providing, if they had the drawing and then they probably would have provided the application. I don't believe that they've got that information ready, I guess, but you really need to ask them. They just haven't filed the right application.
Ms. Jensen, could you clarify that for me, please?
Commissioner Beasley, we have not prepared a major subdivision plat drawing. It is a much more expensive and a much more time-consuming process than should be levied on a small business guy, and it's not necessary. This is 30 acres. We're carving out 3 acres to build a building. This process is followed time and time again. And if I can be permitted to add additional comments, and Zane can back up those comments. Number one, these weren't the discussion we had at the DRC meeting on January 12th. We were told on the January 12th meeting, in order to get out of the platting requirement, we had to not be required to hook up to the sewer manhole, that the building was within about 150 feet of the sewer manhole. And in order to not be required to do that, we needed to move the building 50 feet to the north. That was what was done. And that requirement is no longer a requirement. I think you can see the condition, which is condition number 17, was revised following our resubmittal. And secondly, why isn't this a response that we would receive pursuant to my emails on Thursday and 2 emails yesterday? It's only courteous.
Okay. Shu, can you continue on?
I'll wrap up the building relocation part Ms. Jensen mentioned. Yes, they will have to remove the building, which they did in the revised plan, to be able to meet the code to let them allow them to have a septic system. But for plating process, that is a different story over there. I just want to make sure this is not the same thing as I mentioned. But the second portion, when we're talking about condition number 2 or correction number 2, this is regarding to an LDD's comment regarding to the preliminary stream buffer plan that they provided. I believe they did not address the previous comment, even though they did show the entire or the continuous line of the outer zone area, but they did not show the existing tree line within that buffer area. I believe LDD is asking for this existing tree line to be shown on this revised stream buffer plan, which I can show you over here. So as you can see, this dashed line, which is the farthest from the regulated stream down south over here, that's their outer zone for 75 feet. There is existing tree line and heavily wooded area within this outer zone. I believe this correction is asking them to show this tree line. And the applicant has put a note here that no grading work will be done in this zone, which I assume that it did not address the requirement from LDD. And then let's get back to the condition number 3, the drinking water regarding to the note number 9 on their plan, and fire hydrant regarding to the note number 11. I believe Patricia has talked to Kirk Rome on these, and they're in agreement with removing note number 11 and keep the note number 9 from the email that I saw this morning, but I will let Water to clarify these. Then number 4 is regarding to the public improvements that's required, and this is a standard condition that our LDD will typically put on a case when there is any public improvements that's required over here. So I would suggest this condition to stay. And then number 19, regarding to the bike parking, the applicant did provide the number of required bike parking spaces on the plan. However, they just did not show the bike parking location on the plan. So I believe there is a little miscommunication over here that what staff is asking is to show it on the site plan regarding to where this bike parking going to be located. And we can work that out. And I'm sure this is a minor. The number 28 and 29 are regarding to a duplication comments from Parks and Recs regarding to the required dedication of the right-of-way for the future extension of the Show Creek Parkway. And I do agree with the applicants. These are duplication and they can, and I recommend you to delete one or the other. And that summarizes all the requests that Ms. Jensen sent out yesterday. I apologize if I did not respond to you in a courtesy way that on time. And I assume there is no surprise that because we have communicated before and after. And I'm open to questions. And of course, as you know, that we have staff that online here from Water, from LDD, if you would like to call them to put their individual comments. Thank you.
Okay. So I think going back again, there's just a fundamental of the process here for the application. And then one of the other pieces that falls into that is whether or not any public improvements are actually needed. If there's no public improvements, then you could follow the minor subdivision process. But if there's a public improvement, then it has to follow the major. Is that?
So if there is public improvements process, Mr. Chair, because they are in agreement to extend the public water main, and they are putting a fire hydrant. So somewhat,
Okay.
I believe there is already some public improvements that they agreed to do, probably not just to the full scale as required by city standards.
Okay, because the water is extended, that is a public improvement, which kicks in the major, is what you're saying. Correct?
No, the public improvement part is not what kicks in the major, because there is required public improvements that they need to do, and they're not doing a full list. That's why a major subdivision is a process for them to be able to have that deviation and waiver, like Joe mentioned earlier.
Okay, because the major allows the deviations to not connect to the sanitary sewer.
That's correct.
So can I make a comment to the other commissioners to confirm if I'm remembering public testimony? Did we not have a neighbor that testified about his requirement to hook up to the city sewer system the first time we heard this?
I believe they had to extend the water main out so that they would have fire protection to their house. And they had to do it the full width of their property.
Okay, so it wasn't sewer, it was just water.
Correct.
Do we remember, were they on septic or are they on the city service?
I don't recall that.
Okay. That's enough. Thank you, though.
Okay. Basically, at this standpoint, I kind of at a loss of how do we proceed ahead, because I'd like for the project to move forward in some way. But we're at a fundamental.
Mr. Chair, if you want to make a recommendation of approval subject to the condition, I'll work through that process before we get to the council.
With all conditions stated?
Well, I believe I'll have to continue this discussion with regards to the major subdivision with the staff. That wasn't our discussion on January 12th, so I don't know where they're coming up with that. The only one I would say is on the number 3, revised number 3, just to remove number 9. So it says, please remove note number 11. And then on number 19, Shu addressed short-term bicycle parking. We put on a note on the plan that short-term bicycle parking is within the building. We've got a big building we're building. We can provide 3 bike parking spaces. So I would ask you to remove 19. And then, of course, remove either 28 or 29.
So 3, 19, 28, or 29.
Right.
Shu and Joe, is that work for you guys? Sarah? You're muted.
You're muted.
Still muted.
All right. So regarding to the location for short-term bike parking, I believe our recommendation is to make it located outside of the building. But I will have to work through the code, make sure it meets the code requirement. We typically require the bike parking, particularly for short-term, to be located outside of the building is for public access. So I can work with Ms. Jensen regarding to this requirement. So I would recommend you not remove it, but I'm confident we'll get this figured out. Regarding to number 3, I believe I did receive the comments from Water, and they're in agreement, as Ms. Jensen stated. And condition number 29, as I mentioned, that is a duplication from condition number 28. So I'm okay with removing condition number 29.
Okay.
Did I answer all your questions?
I think so. Any other questions, commissioners?
So I understand that. On 12.1, which is the area plan amendment, would that be a dismissal? Is that a change? Or is it approval
The
with?
recommendation for area plan dismissal was because their rezoning is from R80 to AGR. They're essentially all residential uses per the future land use recommendation, and they're residential low. So staff believe it is not necessary. And the reason they filed a area plan amendment at first was staff did have initial conversation with them that a commercial use is appropriate at this location before the staff determining that agriculture residential is the more appropriate way. So they are instructed by staff to file the area plan amendment, but we determined that down the road when we were working with the applicant that it's no longer necessary. So the dismissal of that area plan amendment is along with this project.
So, okay. I think I have it all straight.
Commissioner Baker, with the dismissal of the area plan amendment. Originally, when we met with staff, they told us to rezone the property to the commercial classification. Following our application and submittal of the plans, then staff changed their minds and told us that AGR should be the zoning district. And they had made a determination that our use is permitted in the AGR zoning district.
Okay. So let's go ahead and open it back up for any other public testimony. If there's anybody out there from the public that would like to speak regarding docket items 12.1, 12.2, or 12.3, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
No one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony, and I think we've had enough testimony for now. We kind of know the direction we're headed here. So going to close all testimony on this particular case, and seems like Mr. Baker, you're looking to make a motion then.
Yeah, I move to dismiss docket item 12.1. I move to approve without conditions docket item 12.2. I move to approve docket item 12.3 with conditions, removing number 3 and number 29.
Okay, was there a modification of one of them?
Yeah, let me state that docket number 12.1, which is the area plan amendment, staff recommends dismissal. There is a little arrow on the docket.
Shoot, he didn't ask that. I think what you wanted, Commissioner Crowe, is general correction number 3. There was a revision. It's not.
Number 3 was a revision.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Remove note number 11 and
Okay.
just remove the number 9 from there.
I'll revise my motion on docket item 12.3. Is that okay, Sarah?
Yes.
Okay. To approve with conditions, revising general note 3 to remove, or general condition 3, correction 3 to remove note 11, and also to remove number 29.
Okay. So I've got a motion. Do I have a second? Got to come from Rojas or Beasley.
I'll second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for dismissal of 12.1, approval of 12.2 with 0 conditions, and 12.3 with the modifications as stated. Lisa, can you take roll call and recall there's only 4 of us?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes 4 to none. Thank you for bringing that in and working through this, and hope that you guys can work through it as you move forward with council.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, so
I'm
this,
on, I'm on for the next one too, so I'm hanging
okay.
up.
I think we're going to take, I had a request to take a short break here to be able to use the restroom and fill up our coffee cup or whatever. So if we can do that, take a 10-minute break, that would be great. So it's 11:15 right now. We'll be back at 11:25. Thank you. Okay, we got like a minute or so to go here. Okay, is everybody here? Commissioner Rojas, you available? Joe?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I haven't seen Commissioner Rojas come back to his comfy chair.
Joe, if now's an appropriate time, you might let Matt Kist and Vincent Walker and Sean Woods on.
I got the first two, but I don't see Sean.
Okay,
There we
well
go.
then it's just those two.
Okay, let's go ahead and restart the meeting then. Welcome back, everybody. We're now going to hear docket item number 14.
All right, item 14 is case number CPC 2021-00216. Request to approve a rezoning from District AGR and District R7.5 to MPD Master Plan Development, which also serves as a preliminary development plan that acts as a preliminary plat on about 152 acres located on the south side of 100th Street between Green Hills Road to the west and Platte Purchase Drive to the east to create 468 residential units. Shu Wood is the staff planner.
All right, good morning, everyone again. I'm going to share my screen here in a second. All right, as you can see, this project in front of you is called Woodhaven. It is a request to rezone the existing land to MPD to accommodate residential developments. Generally, it's located in Northland, just north of the Twin Creek Village project, if you remember that. More specifically, it's located in the 2nd Council District and just north of the future Line Creek Parkway. And there is an existing subdivision, which is the Genesis subdivision, directly located to the south of the proposed subject site. And the subject site, the north boundary will be aligning with the northeast 100th Street, which will be improved in the future as well. This property is about 152 acres, and the proposed use for MPD zoning is to accommodate the residential development, including single family and duplex. Here's the view looking south from the northwest 100th Street. As you can see, currently it's undeveloped. And this is the view looking north from northwest 100th. I apologize, this is northwest 96th Street. This is from the Genesis subdivision, as I mentioned earlier. This is the proposed MPD plan with the preliminary development plan that indicates the type of lots, number of lots, and the roadway layout for the subdivision. As you can see that there are about 468 lots and about 487 units being proposed for the subdivision, and it will be constructed in 3 phases, starting generally from south to the north. As you can see that the northwest 100th will be improved as shown on this plan to the north property boundary, and the future Line Creek Parkway is located directly to the east of this property, which will also be improved through a TIF money. Currently, the applicant proposed a amenity use for a pool and some cabana house located somewhat in the middle of the subdivision. And there are cul-de-sacs and the collector streets for this subdivision. All these internal streets, the applicant proposed that they will be the city roads, so they will be the city's public right-of-way. As shown on this plan, there is one curb cut will be made from the northwest 100th Street to the north of the property boundary to enter into this neighborhood. And there will be 4 curb cuts being made along the Wine Creek Parkway to enter into this neighborhood. The color over here are indicating the lot types. There are classic lot types, there are hybrid, and there are twin lots, which are for duplexes. So the majority of the subdivision will be used for single family development. And a small portion of it, which is located to the northernmost part of this lot and north of the existing regulated stream, will be used for hybrid or twin lots. That's for the future duplex. This is a utility plan has been proposed by the applicant. As I mentioned earlier, all the proposed internal roads will be city roads, and so do these utilities. There will be city's obligation to maintain them. There are 2 big regulated streams crossing this property. One is located to the north, one is located along the south portion of the property boundary, as you see on this plan. And there is requirement for preliminary stream buffer plan. And the applicant has communicated with the staff that the future final stream buffer plans will be submitted through each phase when the phase is touching the stream buffer. So there is a unique part of this development as we compare it to our general subdivision process, that the applicant requests a number of deviations. Most of those are deviating from the city's standards for subdivision improvement requirements per public works and water services and city planning's code. So I will go through each individual one here with you. The first deviation that they requested is for the roadway subgrade modification. I'll make a brief description of what this is from a planner's perspective, and we do have other supporting staff here, including our city engineer here, for your questions and comments after my presentation. So the number 1 deviation that essentially what the applicant is requesting is to deviates from the city standards that we typically put for the subgrade parts for a road, a city road. That the point of that is to consider the future maintenance cost, how easily the road will sink, how easily it will chip up. And the city has a standard to address those subgrade, and they ask for modifications on that. And then number 2, let me get back to the number 1. And so the jurisdiction part for this deviation will be public works. And from public works feedback staff that received a week ago, that the public works recommended a denial on this deviation request, and the applicant responded that they will continue working with public works. And then deviation number 2 is for the sidewalks that would currently require sidewalks to be placed on both sides of the streets. And this is within the city planning and development division's requirement. Then staff agreed that to eliminate the sidewalk to one side of the streets and with accommodated the crossing to ensure public safety, and we will work with the applicant on the layout as well. So the staff's recommendation is yes on this deviation. And then deviation number 3 is the stormwater structure material. And this deviation is regarding to the stormwater component boxes in the subdivisions that you see. Those are big concrete boxes in the subdivision if you ever pay attention. And again, this is in the water services jurisdiction. So from the feedback staff received, that the water service are generally okay with this deviation, but they will place some conditions upon this deviation, and the applicant responded that they will continue working with water services regarding to this request. And then number 4 is regarding to the sanitary sewer manholes. And this is the majority part of it is regarding to the location of the manholes. And this is, staff believes this is in the jurisdiction for both water service and public works. From the feedback staff received, that water services are generally okay with relocating the sewer manholes to the public right of way, whereas Public Works recommending a denial on this request. That, in other words, water service is okay with where the manhole is to be relocated to the city roads, and where Public Works say no, they do not agree with the manhole to be placed on the in the public right of way, as regarding currently they're on the other side of the curb, mostly along the sidewalk. And so the applicant responds that they will continue working with staff on this request. And then number 5 is regarding to the public water line materials. Essentially the applicant requested to change the iron to a plastic type of the materials for the water lines, for the main water lines, and water services recommended denial, and the applicant agreed to dismiss this request. And then number 6 is for the flowable fuel requirement, and this is again, it's related to the quality of the roads and the subgrade parts and what is going to be a flowable portion of the road underneath the surface, as we see. So this is within the Public Works jurisdiction, and Public Works recommended a denial to this request, and the applicant responded they will continue working with staff. And then number 7 is regarding to public street lighting illumination levels. So currently the Public Works division of the department, they do have a standard, and they're encouraging the LED lights to be changed throughout the city, and Public Works believe that would somewhat benefit the applicant to be able to meet the illumination levels with a number of decreased street lights. However, the applicant doesn't agree with that. So even though Public Works recommended denial on that, the applicant decided they wanted to keep working with staff to get the number of street lights to be further deducted. And then number 8 will be regarding to the street trees requirements, and this is within City Planning and Development Department's jurisdiction. We currently require 1 street tree to be planted per 30 feet linear street frontage, and the applicant requested to change this to 1 tree per lot instead of 1 per 30 feet. And the average lot width typically is from 50 to 70. And so I just want to give you an idea about how many trees they might be reducing due to this request. And staff do understand the reason and the conflicts between the sidewalk and the street tree placement. And we agree to this deviation as far as the applicant is providing a species that can create enough shady through the canopy. So we want a big canopy species instead of those linear street trees. Those are the deviations that staff has received regarding to this project. And the motivation behind those deviations per the applicant is to save the cost that is generated by the public infrastructure. And this is a list of the estimated cost that by the public infrastructure. And you can see this is a very detailed list that breaks down how much each item costs and from the applicant's perspective. And at the end, there is a summarized total that per lot, the public infrastructure cost is about $35,000. And I would like to further discuss about the cost of, and this burden on the developers and maybe the future buyers for these properties, that by granting all these deviations, if we did grant all those eight deviations, they will save about $9,199 per lot. So that will bring the cost down slightly per the applicant's budgeting and from their perspective. And of course, there is a detailed breakdown to each deviation, how much it will save per lot on this table, as you can see. So the reason I said it will be a unique project is because we have not encountered a large request for deviations per the city standards regarding to the public infrastructure requirement before for a large subdivision. And from the city's perspective, we do encourage the affordability of the house and the lots, the expense of the general public infrastructure cost is a large portion that drives the price up. So when we do review all these requests, we do think about the overall economic benefits for the city and the risk for the city as well. Not just from a planner's perspective, we work collaboratively with all the engineers from different departments and divisions to evaluate their requests and make the recommendations to their requests regarding to the deviations. So in general, staff recommended approval of this project with the conditions stated in the staff report as an attachment. I'm open to questions over here, and I believe you would like to hear from the applicants and from the other city staff at this moment, but I'm here and I'm standing by. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission, the city staff regarding this project so far?
So, Shu, a lot of the deviations seem to be one, cost saving, as you point out, but to have, for lack of a better term, subpar construction on the public improvements. Does the city staff take in consideration kind of the repair and maintenance of those streets due to that cost? Because I think that could, in fact, wipe out that savings pretty quickly. If my neighborhood's any example of that.
Exactly. That is the largest concern from the city's perspective, because these are proposed as city roads. So in future, it will be the city's responsibility and essentially every taxpayer's responsibility to pay for these maintenance and repair. And that's why we do look at their savings per lot when we do consider the city's costs on the other hand. And we don't just rush the numbers through our head without just being completely blind. We did see their geotech report, which is a study they did for their soil and subgrade conditions for their site. And I'm personally not an engineer. We have our city engineer here to provide a little bit more information regarding to that concern in the future, if you would allow him to speak. Thank you.
Okay, the other question I have, so on these deviations and your recommendation from the staff, is the conditions match your recommendations, whether to approve them or not?
So the conditions is being placed as a reflect to the overall response from the city to each deviation request. In other words, because the city, in particular from Public Works, that we recommended denial on streetlights, we recommend denial on the request for deviation for the subgrade materials, and then this is why our correction and condition would reflect our recommendation from that perspective.
Okay. Just trying to think here with the best way to present. It seems like we might want to hear from the applicant as to why they're requesting all these deviations and what the intent is, and then maybe get a rebuttal by the city. Does that work for everybody? Does that work for you, Mr. Shively?
Yes, Chair, that's fine with water.
Okay, sounds good. There's no more questions from the commission to city staff, then let's go ahead and welcome the applicant for the applicant and their presentation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fritz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. And with me also is Vincent Walker. He is with Ashlar Homes, and Matt Kist. And we've got a coordinated PowerPoint presentation. I just want to make a couple of corrections that Shu has listed in our staff report. So the Public Works Department and Mr. Brunsetto can address this later, is supportive of the deviation for the flowable fill. And so there are 3 deviations out of the requested 8 that the staff has said that they're supportive. We've agreed to remove a request for a deviation on one of those. And so there's really 4 that are in dispute at this point in time, or really that we want to continue discussions with staff. I also want to clarify for Commissioner Baker that none of our requested deviations do we believe will result in subpar infrastructure for the city. And we're very careful about that because we want our product to be a long-term sustainable product. What we're really addressing, and Vincent will get into this more, is we are really trying to build housing that can be purchased by the workforce housing home residents of the city. Right now, housing costs over, a starter home costs way over $300,000. And part of that relates to the infrastructure costs to build the lots. We are trying to get our housing so that those individuals who are purchasing their first home can afford to purchase their home. And we're really trying to hit a housing product and price of under $300,000 for some of the houses here. So next slide. And as Shu has stated, we request that you recommend approval of our application to rezone the property to MPD and approval of the MPD plan. And that's with the purpose of providing for the requested deviations. This is the first time you've heard a case like this that I know of. MPD has been used to adjust lot lines or lot width requirements or setbacks or things like that. But the code also provides that a lot the MPD can be used to adjust some of these standards. And that's what our request is. And if you note, we're asking you to approve the deviations or recommend approval of the deviations for 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 is the one we've agreed to eliminate, 6, 7, and 8, and then approve plan deviations A and B. And we're going to go into this more, but with that, I'll have Vincent Walker with Ashlar Homes discuss the first few slides.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman Kroll and commissioners. I guess I can still say good morning. I know it's been a long session for you all. And so I'll try to be brief, and because a lot of this information is still yet to be covered with our engineer and Patricia. So, first of all, we're really excited to bring this project forward to the commission as well as to the council and to the city. This whole Twin Creeks area is going to be a fantastic spot up there, and for our project to be adjacent to all of what's happening there and to enhance that area, we're really excited. And so when we first looked at this project, we sat, our company, and I apologize, let me back up a little bit so what I'm saying goes with our slides. A little bit about Ashlar Homes. Our company started in 1974, and it was under the name of T.E. Woods Construction. Then Sean Woods took over and rebranded the company in 2010.
through that 48-year history, we've developed communities in and around the Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas metropolitan area. So there's a lot of years of experience on the development and construction side. We build approximately 150 homes a year. We generally only build in the communities that we develop. There are a few outliers, but for the most part, that's what we focus on because we feel it gives us an advantage of efficiency. And our goal with this particular project was to be able to try and target what Patricia had characterized that middle income kind of workforce housing. That's kind of the buzzword around not only Kansas City, but through the entire market. There's kind of that hole in the market that is really stretches up to and we're speaking about new construction now. But there's a hole in that market that's, from that 250 to really 350,000. We used to say 300,000, but that's probably even expanded up further. So when we came to the city, as we did our initial conceptual layout, we always design with narrow lots. And so because conceptually what we were presenting didn't necessarily fit in the traditional zoning, Joseph recommended the Mpd zoning, which would allow us, as Patricia said, to go with narrower lot lines and setbacks. Again, this is just one piece of trying to be able to build affordably and try and get those homes in that kind of hole in the market. And so as we were pursuing this zoning, then it came to our attention that we can also ask for modifications for the infrastructure. And so we didn't, so what I did as a developer is I sat down and I asked my engineer and I asked my contractor, what are we doing in Kansas City that is increasing the cost of our development that maybe we're not doing in Overland Park or that we're not doing in Lee Summit or the Olathe? So we're trying to do kind of a comparison on the municipalities in terms of what's required infrastructure wise. And so we kind of started working through this list, and then the list was longer than it is today. But again, we're trying to look at both sides of the coin because as Shu did, and I appreciate Shu's presentation, we don't want to propose something that puts the city at risk down the road on maintenance. That's not our goal. I mean, it's going to take us 10 years to develop through this project potentially. So we're not going to do something in the first plat that could jeopardize us in plat 7. And that's not our intention. So we think we've come about this from a very rational standpoint in terms of our asks. And I just want to throw out there, and then we'll move on, is that when you look at one specific line item on that list that Shu had put up there in terms of the cost savings per lot, it's not about one line item. It's about the list as a whole. It's about what we do on the housing side. 50% of the homes in this community are targeted to be in that 300 to sub 300 price bracket, which is what we're trying to achieve. And so it's not just the development, but it's what we do on the housing. It's the building techniques that we have to do. It's the way our company is set up that we can be able to offer those homes in that price range. And so it is really a partnership between the city and us, the developer. And, again, we're really excited about this. The community is going to be wonderful. Matt will take you through some more of the details and the specifics of it, but I'll be quiet and not keep going and move on. So I appreciate your time this morning, and I'll turn it over to Matt to get into the nuts and bolts.
All right, thanks, Vincent. So as Shu alluded to, the project is generally located at the future extension of Line Creek Parkway. Currently, the Line Creek Parkway is terminated just off the property limits with the cul-de-sac. The plan is to extend Line Creek Parkway up the east side, and then the northern boundary will be northwest 100th Street, or in the future, when it's improved by the plat purchase area TIF, that'll become Tiffany Springs Parkway. Here's a image of the existing site, as Shu alluded to as well. This is currently undeveloped. It's basically being used as a farm currently. And right now the primary access is off 100th Street. As far as the process, we've gone through the city requirements for the public engagement process. Letters were mailed shortly right before Christmas to the adjacent property owners. We held a meeting with the neighborhood on January 10th via Zoom. We heard from the neighbors, and then the following day we uploaded the meeting summary to Compass to meet the requirements of the city public engagement. As far as the layout as a whole, we've got the site plan shown here. We've got the different color coding to help specify the different lot types. In general, the community is made up of 5 different product types. I'll start and kind of explain them. That the dark orange, or this color here, represent the larger or higher end lots. These are generally 75 foot wide by 130 foot deep. And we got about 90 of them, which kind of encompass the western portion, specifically those, many of which will back to the existing creek on the south side. Those are referred to as the new concept. The legend, which would be the light yellow color, these are 50 foot wide lots, which is a little bit narrower, and they comprise kind of the interior and those that'll those that'll back to the Line Creek Parkway extension. There's approximately 221 of those. We've then got kind of this medium orange shade, which is called the classic lot. Those are 66 foot wide, so about halfway in between the 50 foot and 75 foot lots. And those are kind of on the northern central portion of the development. Just north, as Shu also mentioned, there's an existing creek that runs through the project. This area to the north we look at as a potential to be kind of a maintenance provided area. The pink is the shade that represents the attached or twin product. And then the kind of pinkish red color, the darker red color here, represents the hybrid. Those hybrids, really the reason they're called hybrid is just because they're 66 foot wide and 115 foot deep. So it's a combination of these classic and legend lots. This area has been kind of earmarked, not that it'll necessarily be age restricted, but could be oriented to those, 55 and up, but also Ashler's seen, and we've seen in other project areas where those types of communities are also pretty desirable for those buying their first, house, and they may not have the lawnmowers or desire to provide all that maintenance provided. So that's at a high level what we're looking at. The light green within the layout here represents the proposed parkland dedication. There's a proposed trail extension within this area. As part of the Twin Creeks Village, there was parkland dedicated along this creek. And the idea is that this linear park where the proposed trail is extended will complement that's been done with the Twin Creeks Village. The darker green areas just represent tracks within the development. Basically, those are going to be, stormwater facilities or contain the amenity area here in the center. As far as phasing goes, the idea is that we're basically working south to north. We've done a conceptual color coding of the first phase and then subsequent phases. The idea is that we're basically going to extend Line Creek Parkway to approximately the first two entrances. This first phase would be approximately 79 lots. The blue would then be the second phase, and then so on and so forth. The yellow being the third, green being the fourth, this orange interior to the fifth, and then the sixth plat here. At that time, we would then continue to extend Line Creek Parkway across this northern creek, and that would wrap up the seventh and final phase of the project. Regarding project cost, as Shu mentioned as well, we've provided preliminary estimates on this project. The estimated total public infrastructure is approximately 16.7 million. Keep in mind though, however, that the per lot, this $35,000 per lot, that assumes that we are able to get all of these deviations that we're being requested. If we don't, then the per lot cost goes up by approximately that $99,000. So instead of being a $35,000 per lot cost, it goes to approximately $44,000. Now, not only does this project involve public infrastructure improvements, it also involves private improvements, those being the structures, the community, and so on and so forth. When you factor all of those private investments in, which Ashler Homes is making, that's approximately $168 million, which brings the total project cost of around $185 million. So we've gone through the project as a whole. Now I wanted to touch on the deviations. We put together the attached graphic to kind of visually represent the deviations that we've been continuing to work with staff on. The ones with orange arrows are deviations that we intend to continue work with staff on. The green check marks, as Patricia mentioned before, are the ones that we believe we're generally aligned with staff on. And the red X represents the deviation number 5 that the applicants agreed to delete from the request. So I'll go through these in some detail. I'll try and keep it at a high level, and if there needs to be more technical explanation, we can certainly do that. As you all can imagine, we've been continuing to revise these deviations as we've gotten more information back. Specifically, deviation number 1, we originally submitted this as just deviation number 1, which is what Shu alluded to. Last week, we got our geotechnical engineering report, and with that came recommendations that we thought made sense to break deviation number 1 into part A and B. In general, very simplistic terms, what we're suggesting is to build the road per the recommendations of the geotech report. The city standard has their specified requirements for soil characteristics and asphalt thicknesses, but what we're proposing instead is to provide a road that follows the recommendations of the report. This report was done based off field investigation. It takes into account the existing soil characteristics, and then has gone through analysis by a geotechnical engineer that, specifically an expert in this field. I'll be the first to admit I am not a geotechnical engineer by trade, but I do have a pretty good understanding of what the recommendations entail. So deviation number 1A is the city typically has soil requirements for soil subgrades beneath the road. If soil doesn't meet a certain characteristic, the requirement is that all that fill material needs to be treated. Typically, this is cement treated, lime, fly ash, etc., to basically increase the structural integrity of the fill. The result is, however, though, that even if you have a road in, say, 30 feet of fill condition, you're treating all of that fill material even 30 foot deep. Our geotech has recommended, and it's included in the report, that only the top 9 inches of the soil subgrade be cement treated. So our deviation 1A is to basically request that no fill treatment be done below that top 9 inches. Part 1B of this request is that provided that the top 9 inches be cement treated, our geotech engineer recommendation is that instead of an 8-inch asphalt pavement section, that 5 inches being proposed. The geotechs evaluated this and has confirmed that this is an equivalent section to the city standard, and as such is a reduction in 3 inches of asphalt. You can see the deviation savings, approximate deviation savings here, which we have confirmed with contractors. So we feel like this is a pretty good estimate on the potential savings. We also, just on this point, we got this information, late last week to Public Works. So to be fair to them, we certainly don't expect them to be, well versed and ready to discuss that. Our intent is to continue to work with them, hopefully understanding that our goal is to really build these roads that'll last a lifetime, but also build them smarter. So that's really the intent of this. Deviation number 2, this is related to sidewalks on both sides of the street. As Shu alluded to, city planning and development staff is in support of this. We've requested that sidewalks on one side of the street be eliminated for some of the side streets, and staff is in support of this. The kind of major east-west connectors and some of the other major roads would still have sidewalks on both sides, but the minor side streets, we've requested that this be eliminated, which has an approximate savings of $680. Deviation number 3 is related to the storm sewer structure details. This is again a revised deviation that we've been trying to work through with city staff. The idea is that basically we're trying to still provide concrete storm structures for the city. We originally met with them and discussed alternate materials. The city wasn't supportive of that, so we kind of went back to the drawing board. And now what we're asking the city to consider is an alternate curb inlet detail. To be fair, we have not fully developed this detail yet, but our intent is again to work with city staff to develop this. Basically what we're trying to do is to get more water into these concrete inlet details. We've developed a similar detail for the University of Kansas, and that's actually become their standard. If you're familiar with Lawrence and the repaving that's been done on Jayhawk Boulevard, those are now the university standard. I also did a similar detail along Metcalf Avenue for a development project, roughly 81st or 82nd and Metcalf. The idea was here, we're really trying to get more water into the storm sewer structure, which ultimately we believe will either save the number of inlets or save some dollars, but just by having less inlets on the project. Just to get an idea, the full build out of this, we're estimating that there's almost 180 inlet structures. So if we can, in theory, reduce or increase the inlet capacity by 10 or 20%, that may cut the number of inlet structures by 10 or 20%. As of now, we've not fully vetted this, so we've really got a $0 placeholder in our estimate at this time. Deviation number 4 is related to the sanitary sewer. Per the city's standards, the sanitary sewer manholes have to be located behind the back of curb. Our request is to allow that these be installed within the street. By having the manholes behind the curb, this forces a lot of times in a residential subdivision that the sewer ends up in the front yard. It also oftentimes means that you kind of end up jig-jagging through the subdivision. Entails what this then has a ripple effect on, means you add additional manholes and then also adds additional water line length to the overall network. So our idea is to let's put the sanitary sewer out in the street. We'd like to locate it within either a center of travel lane or center of road, so that it's in an area that's not normally driven over. And you can see the estimated cost savings here at just under $470. We've heard from Water Services that they are in support of this. However, Public Works has expressed their concern that they are not. And so we're hopeful we can continue to work through that. Number 5, deviation number 5 is related to the water line materials. As we had stated previously, we're agreeing to delete deviation number 5, which would be to change water line materials from the project. Deviation number 6, which we believe we are in support of city staff on, provided they have a couple caveats. This is related to flowable fill, which for those who aren't aware, flowable fill is a lean concrete mixture. Typically in our experience, when installing utilities underneath a roadway, city inspectors have required the contractor to backfill the trench with lean concrete or this flow fill. This is a pretty significant expense for developers. It's not what's typically done in many other municipalities. And when you combine this flowable fill requirement, potentially waiving this flowable fill requirement and locating sanitary sewer in the street, this is a very significant savings for the project. I bring that up because I think it's important to note that if the sanitary sewer is not allowed to be within the street, this potential savings is cut by approximately about more than 3/4 of it. So this goes down to less than $1,000 per lot savings. The seventh deviation is regarding public street lighting levels. International Engineering Illumination Society has a standard similar to like a traffic design guideline, which basically provides recommended lighting levels for different street types. The city's standard is that residential streets should be 1.5 to 2 times brighter than what IES recommends. And our request here is to allow for a reduced lighting level equivalent to IES. Basically, what this means is that our streets would be about 1/3 dimmer than what other residential subdivisions are, and would approximately reduce 1/3 of number of light poles. We aren't suggesting that this lessens the lighting cost by strictly 1/3 because you've still got the same length of conduit, but it does reduce the number of light poles. In a typical subdivision, you end up with a light pole on about every other lot line. Our estimate is that this would basically mean that you would end up with a light pole on every 3rd lot line. The 8th and final deviation that we're requesting is regarding the street trees. As Shu explained, the city code is requiring a street tree at 30 foot on center. This means that on a typical lot, you've got 2 or 3 trees per lot, and our request is to lessen this to 1 per lot. As we've discussed with city planning and development staff, they're supportive of this as well, hence the green check mark. So with that, I just wanted to restate kind of the summary here. The applicant and development team have agreed to eliminate one of the deviations, being deviation number 5. We believe that we're in alignment with staff on 2, 6, and 8, and we've still got 1A, 1B, 3, 4, and 7 that we're continuing to work with staff on. To quantify the dollars amount, I had previously itemized this, but I think it's important to note this total savings with all of these deviations. Basically, the idea is that deviation number 1 is the roughly $2,000 per lot savings. So that when you add all this up, it equates to about $4.3 million, or about just over $9,000 in per lot savings for each of the deviations that we're asking for. Please keep in mind, we've got basically a $0 assigned to the storm sewer structures because we've not fully evaluated that. And we've also deleted out the $0 or assigned $0 for deviation number 5, the water line. So with that, I think I'll stop talking about the deviations and turn it back over to Patricia to talk about the staff report.
Thank you, Matt. The next series of slides we're going to go through is the staff conditions and corrections that are contained in their report. And we're asking you to revise those, and we'll go through them we'll go through them condition or correction by correction or condition. The broad summary of that, though, is to delete plan corrections for comment numbers 1 through 9, delete plan conditions for comment numbers 34, 39, 42, delete plan recommendations for comment numbers 48 and 49, and then revise plan conditions language for numbers 21, 22, 27, 32, 33, 41, and 43. And we're trying to make this as easy and clear as possible. So the next set of slides contain the comments and corrections. And then our red highlighting is the response to that. That was sent to staff earlier asking them to make these changes. So one says, provide a list of all proposed public roadways within the development showing the classifications. And we're asking you to delete that correction. That information was already provided. Number 2 says stream buffer plan does not include all of the information. And we're asking you to delete it as we submitted revised stream buffer plans with all of this information. Number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6, we're all asking you to delete. We believe we followed everything and believe the plans conform. Number 7, next sheet, number 7 and number 8, both state that John DeBush is not supportive of waiving deviation number 2. They're the same thing, and we're requesting that you delete that. And then there is a very, very long statement in the conditions. I'm not really sure what it's asking us to do, but if you look at 9, it's a very long statement. We request that you delete corrections. It does not apply to single family subdivisions. And then the next one is condition number 34. It says if any combination of deviation 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7 are granted, unless approved by Public Works, all proposed streets shall be privately owned and maintained. That's not the purpose of the MPD. That was never the purpose of the MPD. It's always to have these public improvements public, not private. So we're requesting that you delete that. Number 39 states that the developer shall fully comply with the parkway and boulevard standards for the development along North Line Creek Parkway and Tiffany Springs Parkway unless requested deviations are granted by the city council. We have requested a deviation on this, similar to what was done with Twin Creeks Village. So we would request that you delete the condition because those plan deviations A and B are listed on the cover sheet. And we can discuss those more fully with you. One of these deals with the fact that the staff would like our single family homes to front Line Creek Parkway, and that was a discussion during the Twin Creeks Village. What we agreed to do was put the buffer, our buffer, behind the homes, not the city maintained buffer, and that's the reason for the deviation. Number 40, it says Public Works would like to stick with APWA subgrade standards. We would like this to be deleted. We provided now the geotech report to the staff along with a revised deviations 1A and 1B. And we believe that addresses the city's subgrade materials. We certainly are willing to continue discussing the deviations with staff as we move forward. Number 48 and 49, we ask you to remove the deviations or the conditions. Number 21, 22, and 27, we've asked you to revise the language, and that's contained in that PowerPoint presentation. Revised conditions 32, 33, 41, and 43, and we've asked you to revise those as stated in the PowerPoint presentation. We can go into detail on any of these should you have questions. So in summary, we're really excited to be able to use the city's tool that's been set forth in the new zoning and development code that's never been used before, but it will help us address the shortage in the market for what I term the workforce housing the $300,000 price point. As you know, properties are quickly escalating everywhere, and leaves people without the opportunity to own their own home. Again, our request is that you recommend approval and that you approve public infrastructure deviation standards 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. Highlighting the fact that the staff has said they're supportive of 2, 6, and 8. Approve the plan deviations and then revise the corrections and conditions as we've noted. I know this is a lot of information to take in all at once. We've been working very well with city staff, and we appreciate them originally suggesting that we look at the MPD zoning to help us reduce the lot costs and be able to provide a housing product that is very much in a shortage throughout Kansas City at this point in time. And we're available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that is a lot of information here. Hopefully I took good enough notes on a lot of it. I was just curious on a couple of the deviations. Let's see. So deviation number 4, sewer manholes in the street versus behind the curb. And so if placing the location of the deviations or the manholes in the street, and you're also looking to get rid of 6, so you would have no flowable fill on the sanitary sewer whatsoever. Is that right? In the street piece?
Correct.
And then what about the service lines? Would you install those prior to installation of the pavement, or they would be cut in after?
I mean, the sewer laterals would all be installed prior to.
So they would stick out to the right of way or something like that?
Yeah,
and
you'd
have the
typically
same.
go to, 10 or 15 foot past the right of way.
Okay.
So if the house contractor or plumber in that case connects to that lateral.
Okay. And the water line is typically also put on one side of the roadway. Correct? And
That's correct.
so
And
you're
that would
looking at putting that in the center of the street as well, or just?
No, the water would still generally be, behind the curb line.
Okay, and then you have the service laterals for that go across the street. So they would actually be bored or something. So
Yep.
you're not cutting the street.
Exactly.
Okay.
Most likely board, but yep.
Okay. Those are big things I had. The commission have any questions on this development?
Yeah, so sticking with where you're at now on manholes, so Public Works Water Services was in agreement, Public Works was not. And to better understand that, I read the part about plows, but is it, what else needs to be taken into consideration there? Is it in terms of resurfacing, is it much more costly because you have to work around it? Again, just focusing on the Public Works side, not on the Water Services side.
Yeah, so what I'd like to do there, Commissioner, is if we can ask questions about the general nature of the project, and then I'll have Public Works and Water Services talk about each of the deviations and their concerns with those. Does that make sense?
Yep, that's great.
Okay.
So can I get confirmation on what we're looking at when it comes to phasing? Because they talked about phasing and showed us the maps. So how does that relate to the streets? Are you putting the streets in all at once, or are the streets still going to be put in as you get to that phase?
Streets would be put in as you get to that phase.
So then that actually affects the estimate of the cost that you had given us earlier.
I don't believe it does, Commissioner Beasley. We're putting in the streets as they get to each phase as is normally done in subdivisions throughout Kansas City.
I know that's what we typically hear, but that's why I wanted to ask, since you had given us a sheet of cost and what the savings would be. I was unclear if you were trying to tell us what the cost would be for the whole project as opposed to what it would be for each phase.
Well,
the other thing that I typically bring up is connectivity to the surrounding areas, especially when fire is concerned. I only heard comments made of entrances off of Lime Creek Parkway. And then is it Tiffany Springs to the north that has not been constructed yet? So there's no type of connectivity to get out of this development to is that the west where the green is?
Yeah, there is no planned connectivity to the west. There is a stream that's shown. Maybe I'll back up here to. This is a stream that goes through here. And so we've not planned for any more. There's no streets that are planned over here. So that's the reason that there's no connectivity planned for the west. Regarding the north, we have provided a stub street here at the request of city planning and development staff. Should these larger acre tracts ever be developed, there's connectivity there.
So has fire weighed in on that?
We've not received any comments from fire, but in general, this type of development and the connectivity that's shown aligns with their typical access guidelines.
Matt, why don't you provide where you've got connection to the north on our plan anyway?
Yeah, so there is a proposed connection here to Line Creek Parkway with this northern section, which is the 7th phase. All the other connections are to the east to Line Creek Parkway.
Right. We can't see that on the screen. You got it.
I see it.
Okay.
So that's the one. This is Tiffany Springs Parkway, which is currently 100th Street.
Drew, I believe it's correct that fire, confirm if I'm wrong, but fire department reviewed this and did not express any concern with regard to access.
Thank you, Joseph.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission on the subdivision itself? Okay, so at this time, I'd like to hear from, Water Services and Public Works to talk through these deviations. Andy, you want to go first from Water Services?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. This is Andy Shively, representing the Water Services Department. I think since conversation left off when we were on the slide on number 4, I'll just start there. Obviously, we prefer to be in green space, but would okay putting it in the roadway should this deviation be approved. But we would not want it in the center of the roadway. We would want it in the center of one of the lanes. Our concern there, if it was in the center of the roadway, those trucks are quite large, including back trucks. It would block access in both directions. So by being in the center of one of the travel lanes, the residents and traffic could still move around while maintenance activities are being performed on the sanitary sewer. So on the notice, it says allowable location to be the center of the roadway, not supportive of that, but center of the travel lane should this deviation request be approved. That's my comments on number 4. On number 3, we did have good discussions with the designer on number 3, but the hybrid new detail and the designer Matt mentioned that I have not seen. So I guess it's hard for me to say I support something I haven't seen and approve of a deviation when I don't know exactly what I'm approving at this juncture. And so I don't know how, Chair, you move forward on that, because I can't say right now I support that deviation because I would not know what I am supporting.
Okay. we'd probably
Andy,
just.
if I can interject, just really, we've got this pretty softly worded just to consider an alternate curb inlet detail, because
Okay.
I 100% agree you can't approve something you haven't seen. So our ask is to consider and keep talking with us about that.
Then, yes, we would still consider that, but I wouldn't even know how to comment until I get to see your drawing, so.
Yep.
And number 5, they've already dismissed, so that's not an issue. So my comments for Water Services Department were restricted to number 3 and number 4. Chair.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So Public Works comments.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Bostonetto. I'm the city engineer for Public Works. I started last month, beginning of last month. We commented on these requests for deviations in January 25th. I understand the applicant has sent up the geotechnical and updated deviations. I wasn't included in that in those communications. I did obtain it today, but in the future, just, I'm new, so that's okay. However, so Chairman and members of the commission, we did, sidewalks, that's a policy decision. That's not an engineering standard. So that's completely within the commission's purview to waive. And, we have no comment on that. The flowable fill was actually not a deviation, but more of a clarification on our standards. My interpretation of the standards is that you don't have to use flowable fill. You can use aggregate. So we're more than happy to, allow them to use the backfill as long as it's compacted and meets our standards. And then also, I guess the plan department allowed them to do the street trees. If you add those up, it adds up to about 2.8 million, which is 66% of what they've been asking for. So I think, we've done a good job of meeting them. The other deviations, however, are engineering standards, which I don't think is in the interest of the city and the taxpayers to waive, specifically the roadway subgrade and pavement standards. Again, it's a maintenance issue. If the city's going to take over these roadways, we don't want to have to rebuild them in 10 years. We'll never, the tax revenue from the development will never pay for rebuilding these roadways. I would also point to the geotech report, which I just got on page 10, section 7.3, pavement recommendations. The applicant's report clearly states that the client should be aware that thinner pavement sections might result in increased maintenance costs and lower than anticipated pavement life. So even within their own geotechnical report, they do recognize that the clay soils underneath the subdivision are expansive clays and not suitable. So there does need to be some, and also the geotech report does recommend using cement to strengthen the subgrade up to 9 inches. So we wouldn't be waiving the standard. They're trying to meet our standard. So I would not waive number 1. The sanitary sewer manhole locations. Again, it becomes a maintenance and a pavement issue. Having a structure and having a manhole there, they tend to move around a little bit, especially with the expensive soils underneath. So, you start getting cracking around, you start getting, maintenance issues, both when we have to repave and also when we're plowing. So that becomes a maintenance issue. And again, these standard is for the whole city. If we waive it for one subdivision, then we have to waive it for, sort of everybody. So we would like to stand within our standards. The flowable fill requirements, like I said, those were more of a clarification. And then the lighting standards, we have very good lighting standards. We're spending a lot of money retrofitting the city to LED. We're very conscious about we have a very good lighting group. And like the applicant said, it's not like they're going to save a third of money by reducing the lighting by a third. Plus, you're going to have, a different standard within the city. So we wouldn't want to waive those either. So if you have any questions, any other additional questions or comments, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
I've got a couple questions for you. So the applicant mentioned the IES standards. Is that I don't know anything about how often people follow IES standards. Is that something that is like an industry-wide accepted thing that a lot of cities follow, or do a lot of cities, as Kansas City has, create standards that are above what IES requires or recommends?
Yeah, so actually, so our standards are based on the APWA 5800 standards, and the council passed by ordinance. And then the standard light multiplier for residential streets is 1.5 to 2.2. And that's what we've applied throughout the city. So for them to say that our IES is, 1.5 times higher, yeah, that's exactly what we do. There is a multiplier for residential streets, and that's why we apply it throughout the city. If the applicant's saying we've applied it, wrong throughout the whole city, that's our standard, and that's how we light up the city.
Okay, and then also, since I don't know if it was in our packet, but I didn't look at the geotechnical report. Was it one that, and I appreciate you noting that they mentioned, that of course, thinner asphalt means that there's a higher likelihood of or potential for cracking. Can you verify, as independent of the geotech, can you verify that it was like a good, well done report and a good source?
Yes, I mean, the geotech report is, they did the borings, they identified that there's a lot of clay. If you look at the report, they're even saying, the houses are going to be slab on grade, and they're telling them you got to dig down at least 24 inches, 24 inches, and replace all that, or else, to have the house foundations hold up. So they recognize that the soil out there is not adequate for a lot of these things. And they also recognize that, that you need to add cement to the sub base and add, aggregate and things like that. So it is a good report. However, like I said, I just got it I just saw it this morning. I got to run it by my construction groups. So it's not going to be a waiver of the standards. It's more like, yeah, we'll work with you. We got the geotech report. We'll send it to our laboratory. We'll come up with the standards, but we want infrastructure that's going to last.
Sure. Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission to city staff on the waivers? Okay. Seeing none. Any other questions regarding the whole subdivision as a whole?
I guess I'll ask, I guess this is for anyone on the city side. So with lighting, I assume that the primary use of street lighting is for safety purposes. And I do see the balance of, a neighborhood that's, darker at night being attractive in some ways, but then also want it to be bright and safe. Is that the right way to be evaluating that request? Is there anything else that needs to be considered when evaluating someone asking for reduced lighting standards?
Yeah, so the lighting is both for safety and security. So it's again, a lot of times the police call lighting a force multiplier, meaning the better the streets are lit, the more they can patrol and things like that. It's for security and safety. And it's not only, so when we design lighting, it's not only how much lighting, but it's got to be uniform. So you don't want to be driving down the road and see, one spot lit, one spot dark, one spot lit, one spot, it's got to be sort of uniform lit. And that's what dictates the spacing of your light poles. Reducing the amount of light. That's why we're saying it doesn't really reduce your cost all that much, because you still have to have uniformity. And also, I would like to add that the new LED lights we're putting in, actually, you can put smart nodes on them, which you can dim them. It's almost like a dimmer at your house, and you can do it remotely. So that's in the future, that's where we might go. We're retrofitting the lights now to accept those smart nodes. So in the future, we might, increase, decrease lights as necessary. But the spacing of the poles have to be correct. That way you get the uniformity of light.
Yeah. Members of the commission, I think you have to take into account these deviations just apply to the subdivision that's in front of you. And the subdivision that's in front of you is in the north part of the city. We are not downtown where it needs to be lit more. We're in the north part of the city. We don't believe that the lighting levels that we've requested that are in conformance with the standards of the IEP will result in less safe or less secure subdivisions for the city in this Northland part of the city. I don't know if Vince or Matt, do you have anything else to add?
The only thing I would point out is there's several examples around the city where Kansas City abuts to other municipalities, even so much as across the road. And I'm not saying the Kansas City standard is wrong. It's just different. It follows a different set of guidelines. And so you can literally drive into two residential subdivisions in different municipalities at night, and it's striking how much brighter and illuminated the Kansas City subdivision is. And again, I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong, but there is a cost benefit to all of this. And so we're not and we're only using this one as an example because this is what we're talking about. We're not asking for anything that would create an unsafe community. What we're doing is we're looking at the cost benefit of 100% total illumination throughout a suburb. Again, Patricia made a good point that we're not designing something downtown where there are different opportunities. Okay, we're designing in a suburb situation, and as Commissioner Enders pointed out, there is something to be said for not having 100% illumination all through every street. And so again, it's a reduction. We're not trying to eliminate it altogether, but there are different standards, and other municipalities do accept other levels. And that's what we're basing a lot of these asks on. We're not pulling them out of thin air. So again.
So I guess my question would be, compared to the other subdivisions in that area when it comes to lighting.
We kind of lost you, Commissioner Beasley. Still don't hear you. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Microphone's not working.
Nope.
You're muted now.
Okay.
Matt, I believe she was asking about how it relates to other subdivisions surrounding us.
I mean, all the surrounding subdivisions are Kansas City, Missouri subdivisions, so they're lighted to the city standard.
But there's not very many surrounding subdivisions because it's not been developed around.
That's correct. We're basically in an undeveloped part of the area, and we're abutting large estate lots or agricultural uses.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant at this time? So I'd like to open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody from the public out there that would like to talk about, what are we on? Docket item number 14. Please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, we just promoted or will be promoting Cynthia Gardner.
Okay.
Can I get a quick clarification again, just because we do this every time? We are recommending approval of the waivers, similar to recommending approval to rezoning. We're not actually granting the waiver. The city council does that.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Cynthia, are you available? Once you take yourself off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, am I off mute?
Yes, you are. Welcome.
Hi, Cynthia Gardner.
I'm Eric Gardner. We are adjacent property owners to the proposed development. We have acreage that will be abutting probably 17 to 19 lots. We would just like to reiterate to the committee some of the surrounding neighbors' concerns that were brought up in the, in the previous meeting that we had with the developers in January. And I think one of them that came up was security fences between the properties, or there's ponds and swimming pools and stuff. So that was where the security fences came up. But I guess a couple other concerns that we have, we were very surprised. We've been property owners since 1999, that the city is abandoning the original proposed parkway that the city had proposed back in 2012 to 2014, kind of cutting right across the top of that hill, right through the middle of that development. And by this development, they're pushing the proposed Tiffany Springs Parkway down on Northwest 100th Street. And that's really surprising to us, because we thought that was the vision of the city, was to have a parkway system in the Northland, similar to Kansas City, Missouri, down in the middle part of the city. So we were very surprised at that. We don't think there's enough right of way on Northwest 100th for the proposed parkways going forward. I think the other concern we have is the water drainage coming off that property. We are downstream from the property, and we are the adjoining 10 acres just to the west of us. And the topography, most of that water drains directly downstream on us. So we're concerned about deviations in the water flow coming off that property. And we're also concerned about the build quality with a lot of these conditions and deviations, as opposed to MD development and Hunt Midwest and some of the other developments around us, and the quality of the build being proposed here.
And Shu, do you mind pulling up your presentation and showing that property, the green space you were showing? I think it was like the second or third slide.
Yeah, just give me one moment.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Are you talking about this view from, let me correct this, this is 96th Street from?
The one earlier. Oh, no, not that one.
That one.
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
Is that the one? Yes, that's us.
That's our property right there.
This is our dream. When we first purchased that property, it was full of shrub, debris, and it was disgusting. We have spent thousands of dollars improving this property. And I can't tell you how many trees we have put in, over 100 trees he has planted. This is a dream of ours. And as this stands, now we are going to have 17 homes butted up to our property directly, which is, as a security thing, as a woman, that does worry me. I definitely want to have some kind of protection from that. We have, but to your point of city or Northland, we have been robbed from this property. And it seems to be more opportunist because it's out in the country. So lighting really matters. To think for a moment, it doesn't, it does, to help protect everybody and deter. So I think definitely that matters to us. The fencing matters to us. The quality of home and crime matters to us. And, you know, the water, we don't have city water there. We don't have.
We have 2 water wells in the property, and there's concern about, you know, the degradation of the water wells. And a lot of this stuff has been uploaded in the adjacent landowners meetings that we've had into Compass. And we're just trying to express them to the committee, what some of our concerns are as adjacent property owners. And we feel they're valid. And I'm really surprised the city, and I'll end it, is giving up on the original dream of having the proposed parkways cutting across, and all this money that the city spent on planning those parkways. And then the sewers and everything, and the abandonment of that for this development. So we're just surprised, really surprised. So
yeah, and that access, that stub road that you guys are talking about is going into our neighbor's property, and they have no intention of going anywhere. That is their dream as well, to stay there. So
yeah, well, we appreciate the opportunity.
We do. And the fencing, there was a comment that the fencing, that they would have to take down a bunch of trees. That's incorrect in our situation. All of those trees are our trees. And so maybe a couple, but as many as we have planted, we would replant more. So security does matter to us, very much so. But we greatly appreciate you guys on what you're doing, and the support of the city as well as the council members. And thank you for listening and hearing us out. And that is our dream. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
I have seen no one else raising their hand.
Okay. All right, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Okay, so sounds like there's a couple of things to work through with the public comments, but also to work through with the deviations here. I guess this time, anything else to add, applicant, on this? By chance?
Mr. Chair, we're willing to address any of the questions or comments you have. We understand in regards to the testimony by Eric and Cynthia Gardner, as you are well aware, we've got to submit a storm drainage plan, and we've got to make improvements so as not to impact adjacent property owners. And we haven't asked to vary that. I know they said they were concerned about the quality of the build. I'm not really sure what that means. We believe that our product is a very good quality product to be building. Matt, I'm going to have Matt address the city abandoning the parkway. I think there's been a lot of discussion about the alignment of Tiffany Springs Parkway, and the city has planned for that. So
yeah, I believe on the parkway, the city, and I don't know if the major street plan has been formally updated or not. My understanding is it's been in the works since dating back to when the Twin Creeks Village and Line Creek Parkway are all conceptualized, starting back in probably about 2017, maybe it was 18 at the time. But the alignment of Line Creek Parkway that has been showed is what's been reviewed and approved by city staff numerous times. I believe everything that we've got shown in our plan accounts for the future expansion of 100th Street and conversion into Tiffany Springs Parkway. And my understanding is that the plan in the future will basically continue westerly on over to Green Hills Road until it ties in, what is that, over towards Skyview or whatever that next interchange west is. So Line Creek Parkway is generally planned, you know, with what's been approved previously of Twin Creeks Village. And so I think what we're showing aligns with what the city's vision has been there.
Right. The city has been planning for this type of growth for a number of years. So I know that there are some large acreage property owners out there who I believe probably moved to get out of the city, but the city has certainly planned for the growth in this location. So, and we've stated our requests. We request that you approve or you recommend approval of the deviation 1A, 1B, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. We intend on building a great product for the city and hitting a market so that people can afford to buy their first homes. And then also revise the conditions that we've stated. And we're willing to answer if you have.
Okay, thank you. Commission, where do you want to start?
I have one more question before we dive in.
Okay.
For Public Works. If we do break it out into a 1A and 1B, could we get them to weigh in on that? Because that's something that I'm inclined to just pass on because it's something that I feel zero ability to understand. And so if they could weigh in on the breaking up by 1A and 1B, if either part of that is palatable or not.
Yes, sir. So basically what they're doing is they're breaking up the roadway. 1A talks about the sort of the sub base underneath, the ground underneath. And then 1B talks about the pavement, the actual pavement structure. So they're just breaking it up into two. Like I said, their geotech report came back and said, yes, the sub base, the existing clay needs to have cement mixed into it to meet our standards. So there's no waiver there. It's basically their geotech report says, yeah, we should do this to make it a good roadway, which is what our policy is. The pavement, on the other hand, is, again, the geotech report says a thinner section of pavement will reduce the life and fall apart quicker. So again, there's a lot of agreement there. And finally, I would just add, if procedurally, this is the first time the commission has been asked to waive engineering standards. If you waive them, what are the standards? Because I have to review this, we have to, inspect the construction. So is waiver of the engineering standards mean there are no standards, or is the planning commission going to give us the standards, or, I'm trying to figure out exactly procedurally what this means.
And to try to respond back to see if I understood correctly, you're saying that waiving the standard of thickness is something you have no interest in doing, but working through the subgrade is something that you would plan to do anyway, or that you're willing to do.
Yes, we would definitely work with the developer to make a good product, but they have to sort of submit it to us, and we have to review it, and we have to, but we're more than willing to work with them.
Sure.
But I think just waiving it, just waiving our standards right off, it just kind of leaves us without any guidance on what to do.
Okay, thanks.
And commissioners, our standard is contained in the conditions 1A and 1B.
And just to elaborate, 1A has been historically approved by other projects on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. I guess I'd like just to start with just general comments, Chair, because I think my comments kind of address many of the issues that we're doing. I think I'm generally in favor of the rezoning. Always like it more dense, but I understand what you're doing here, and you're trying to reach a demographic in that kind of 250 to 350 house mark or price point. I think with regards to deviations, I know we haven't talked about some of the conditions and changes, but with regard to the deviations, I'd like to keep the ones that were in the arrows that and to have staff continue working. I'm not a engineer. I'm not a wastewater person. I'm not a lighting designer. So I would like to move that along with staff to try to work that out before council. Would be in agreement with staff on the deviations or recommending waiver on all the deviations that they've agreed to so far, with the exception of the sidewalks. As someone who recently redid some of my steps in concrete, it seems like $600 or $700 per lot is actually a great investment for those homeowners. I think that's a livability issue. It's all sorts of, I think it's actually a great thing to do overall. So I would not be in favor of that, but generally in favor of the project, but would like to move some of these deviations forward to staff before it gets to council.
I'll build upon that. So I'm fine with the sidewalks as well. I kind of think that as someone who walks around my neighborhood a ton, I hate having to cross the street to find a sidewalk. So I agree with you there. I would be comfortable, in addition to what staff is already comfortable with, the manholes, moving those to the street. That seems like it has a huge payoff for what it is. And I was waiting to hear a little bit more about the difficulty that it would cause or the cost that we might incur later on. And that's something that I think seems like a good trade-off. And then also still open to changing the lighting illumination levels, but otherwise on the same page with Commissioner Baker.
Okay. Before we continue on with that, I think we need to go through the other conditions first that were requested. Shu, have you noted all of those?
Yes, I have been talking with the customer and with Ms. Jensen and her team regarding to the request for these waivers and deviations as well as the conditions. So I am aware of those. And I just want to state out the ones that we are in agreement for removal before we move on to the other ones. So we do agree to remove condition number 7, 8, 9, 48, 49. We believe those are no longer valid, given the fact that we've been continuously working on the project together. And regarding to condition number 34, which is the condition that from my division was initially placed in by Zach Nelson, who's no longer with us, I believe we would recommend to leave this condition with the report. The condition essentially covers our base that if the deviations are not granted or fully granted, what we would require them to do, either keep those streets as private streets if they want to move forward with the full deviations, or that they will be built to the city standards as required by Public Works, Water Service, and other departments. So this is a condition that's being placed there to cover our base. I would request you to consider keep it there. And all the other conditions and corrections placed by the other departments, since we do have those professional staff here, I would refer those to each of the staff to answer your question.
Okay, so. Okay. Is Stacy available?
I believe we have Luke Casper here. Stacy just recently received the transition back to Public Works. So we have Luke Casper here from LDD with us.
Luke, are you available?
Yes. Joe, can you promote Luke?
I promoted him a long time ago. So if he's not in the panelist list, then he's not available.
He raised his hand in the attendees list.
He's got his hand ready. There he goes. Hi, Luke, you're still on mute there.
Sorry, Kobe.
That's okay. Okay,
I'm still
so
trying to figure out how to turn my computer on too, but you guys can hear me okay?
yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Do you
How's
have a
everybody
list of the,
doing?
do you have a list of the conditions in front of you?
I do not.
Okay. So they're wanting to remove condition 1, which is a list of all the proposed public roadways within the development. They're saying that that's been provided.
I'm okay. So it was asking for just for a list of the public improvements,
Public roadways.
public roadways, and is the intention to make those, well, to make them public is the intention. So I think that that's been satisfied. I'm okay with the removal of that condition.
Okay.
Thank you. I can see them now.
Okay. Second one being stream buffer plan. That's been also updated.
I'm sorry, I'm looking to see which one we have.
Number 2.
Update, okay, previous line work that showed existing tree line has been removed.
This isn't the right case.
Yeah, it's not the right case.
Sorry. I'm sorry, look, this is not
That's
the
all
right
right.
case. Give me
That's
1
all right.
second.
I should have had them in front of me. I apologize. I'd have to pull Stacy's conditions. So
If you allow Matt to pull up his presentation, he's got them listed there.
okay.
This is the correct report, and it is attached to the staff report as
Okay.
presented in front of the commissioners. I apologize for that confusion.
That's okay.
Here you go, Luke.
So stream buffer plan does not include all the information as part of 88. Updated 110. No revisions made to the stream buffer as part of the resubmittal.
And Luke, just if I can interject,
Yes.
a comment like that, just saying that does not include all the information is very counterproductive to this process. We reached out to your counterpart at LDD and did not receive a response. We also did provide revised stream buffer plans. And so,
And Matt, do you intend on submitting a final stream buffer plan for review with your construction documents, your public improvements?
yeah, for the phases that abut a stream buffer, our intent is to submit final stream buffer plans.
Then I'm okay with the removal of correction. Oh, it's showing correction, but yeah, I'm okay with removal of number 2.
Okay. 3, 4, 5, and 6 are saying they believe the plans conform.
So my only concern with that one is that at this point in time, I think there's still some debate as to whether or not they would need to meet the APWA standards based on the street
Right.
design.
Okay.
Our suggestion was to delete it for clarity. If you would rather revise it to, basically suggest, or as deviations are approved by city council, we'd be open to that. But this same comment is in the staff report about 5 different ways.
So you got a condition down below there that says to build city streets to the city standards. Is that one? Do you have one of those?
I mean, generally, yes, there's a comment
I mean,
about
that's
public
basically
streets
what
and
it says, right? There's a comment about building the public streets. I would think that it would be okay to modify that.
Yeah, 22 says design and construct all public streets to city standards.
Okay, then I'm okay with removing number 3. I just wanted to make sure that there was still an opportunity, if that's the way it goes, that I'm not, by removing my condition, I'm not removing the public street that you're working on with Public Works.
Right, and Luke, just so you know, on 22, we've suggested a revision to say either design and construct it to city standards or meet the modified standards.
I would support that too, Patricia.
Okay.
I would support that rewording of that one with the removal of correction number 3.
Okay. Number 4.
That information prove that Line Creek and Tiffany will be constricted by the TIF. Include a copy of the current approved TIF plan showing this. Is that a question that Public Works can answer at this point in time, that will be a TIF project?
It is planned for in the TIF, Luke. I'm not sure why that's coming into this.
It can be removed as a correction at this point.
Okay, number 5.
We believe we provided all the information and we provided the geotech information. So.
And there were some in-depth discussions here about the justification. I think you've provided your reasoning why you're justifying your costs and all that. There was some lengthy discussions in this meeting. I would support number 5 being.
That's number 6.
Provide written justification as to why the proposed requirement shown. And I think that's been provided as well here today with your presentation. So I'm okay with supporting that.
And then Chairman Shu has said they're supportive of deleting 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, okay, got that. All right, so now we're going to go to 34, 39, and 42.
Right. Again, 34 is saying if any of our deviations are granted, we've got to construct streets to be privately owned and maintained. And that is directly contradictory to the overall purpose of the MPD provision that allows us to make some deviations.
So I think as the alternate to that might be to, did you say it was condition number 22? Maybe we could put some wording in that one as well as towards the nature of that it would need to go in with the approval of the commission as well as whatever you work out with Public Works.
Yeah,
that's just saying if you don't build them to city standards, then they have to be private roads.
Right.
Is the way I interpret that. I guess what I'm getting at is there may be an opportunity that they aren't necessarily to all the city standards, but they may still be public. Am I right in that assumption?
You're correct. That's why we're asking to delete the condition.
As far as land development, we would, recommend that deal, but I think there's been other conversations that would think that it's more of a working with Public Works and Commission to establish what that needs to be.
So this is a condition that I believe is placed in by DMD. So as I stated earlier, we would like to keep this condition, but we do understand it's somewhat kind of duplicates with condition number 2. So I would make a suggestion, maybe revise condition number 2 as that the developer must design and construct all public streets to city standards. And again, this city standards has already been indicated by Nicholas that they can work with the developer, maybe not waiving or grant the deviations completely to the standards because it is a set of standards, but they are willing to work with them regarding to these standards. So I think this language is still valid. We'll just leave it as it is, that as required by Chapter 88 and the Land Development Division, including curbs, gutters, stormwater, streetlights, and sidewalks. So we do cover the code and the city code part regarding to the street standards. And we might say that, or if they meet with the modified standards as suggested by Ms. Jensen, unless any of these situations happens, any streets that are not constructed to the city standards will be deemed as private. So this way we get our base covered, and I feel comfortable to remove the condition number 34. Does that make sense to you all?
Remove condition number 34?
Yes, I am in agreement to move condition number 34 if we revise condition number 22, that to cover the situation where you either build the road to the city standards as we typically hold up for, or with the agreement between the city departments and city council to modify the standards for you, or you build them as private city roads. So this way we cover the situation.
I think, Shu, when we get down to our revisions, we've revised condition number 2 to say we either have to construct it to city standards or we have to, or meet the modified standards approved with the public infrastructure deviations. So that's what gets approved by the Public Works Department.
Right. I think we're fine with that. Look, and
I'm
Nicholas,
okay.
you guys have.
I'm fine with that too, Shu.
Okay.
Okay.
And Nicholas, are you still here? Are you okay with that?
Shu, yeah, hi, I'm still here. So again, as long as the language is specific that, you know, Public Works still gets to set the standard and we'll work with them, but they have to meet, you know, our standards. You know, again, all we're trying to do here is make sure that the city taxpayers, we don't, you know, inherit a roadway we have to rebuild in 10 years. That's all we're trying to do here. Thank you.
I think 22 still puts you in control, Nicholas.
I think it might make more sense for us to add a little section here, say, meet the modified standards approved by Public Works. So
Yes,
Nicholas, do you feel
as long as
comfortable
it
with
says,
that?
as long as it says approved, as approved by Public Works. I think that's the key wording. Thank you.
But that's what we've suggested in 22, Shu.
And just to clarify, only council, I think, can modify these. So the language that we had suggested for revised 22 was the developer must design and construct all public streets to city standards or meet the modified standards approved with the public infrastructure deviations listed within this MPD plan. The developer shall also secure permits and provide city-approved, executed, and recorded easements prior to construction.
I don't believe so. My understanding is drafting as the following. The developer must design and construct all public streets to city standards or meet the modified standards as approved by the city council and by Public Works as required by city code and the rest.
Well, ultimately, the council makes the policy decision.
And for that part, I believe we can ask Sarah whether or not the council grants the deviation as waivers to the Public Works standards completely, whether or not this is the procedural question I think we have at this point when we're trying to add the language over here.
Yes, I mean, yes, council makes the ultimate decision. I agree with that. You know,
that's why our suggestion was to delete Public Works because it's there. Sorry to interrupt, Sarah.
No, that's okay. I was going to say, you know, that the professional staff, we all make recommendations, but ultimately it is the city council that makes the final decision.
Right. So our suggestion, I guess, here is very clear that we recommend you to add Public Works as an approval entity for these standards. So we create the opportunity for the applicant to work with the city, particularly our Public Works department.
Public Works will make recommendations to the council just as we make requests to the council, and it benefits us to continue working with the Public Works Department. But you can't make the Public Works Department the entity to make the decision. It's the city council that makes that decision.
Correct. I agree.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to extend the discussion, but I think, you know, removing Public Works from the standards and construction of public streets is not a good policy for the city. And I think maybe perhaps, you know, if you do not want to have Public Works input into the standards and construction, you know, then there could be a private street.
That is not what I said.
That point. Thank you.
That's not what I stated. We'll continue working with you, but ultimately the council makes the policy decision.
Yes, but there's a difference between policy and engineering standards. Engineering standards are not a policy. A policy is having sidewalks on both sides of the road. That's a policy. Or how many trees you want. engineering standards are, so again, I'll let the planning commission make the decision. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what you're saying then is that the code is wrong because the code allows the council to make that decision.
Okay, let's move on.
Mr. Chair, we still request to take out 34 because it still says it's got to be a private street then if they're granted. So then 39 deals with, it says fully comply with the Parkway and Boulevard standards for development along North Line Creek Parkway and Tiffany Springs Parkway, unless deviations are granted by the council. We've asked to delete that because the MPD plan provides some deviations, one of which is exactly what was granted for Twin Creeks Village.
Yeah, and that's frankly one I don't agree with. I think you need to follow the park standards, and I didn't agree with it on the Twin Creeks Village. Either have the buffer or face the parkway is my preference. Not to deviate from any of that altogether.
No, no, we don't have park staff here at this moment, but my understanding is this condition, we would still recommend you to keep it because they did cover the situation. If your deviations are granted, then the way they worded, it sounds like then you would not need to fully comply with the Parkway Boulevard standards. So this is covering a situation where in the case your deviations are not granted regarding to the Parkway Boulevard standards. So we would suggest this condition stay there. So at least we have something to go based off.
This is Justin Peterson with Parks as well. Shu, I agree with you.
Okay. 42, that kind of comes back to the waiver if that's granted by council. And that's something that's still working with city staff on that one. And then 48, 49, I think that was agreed to delete. So now that gets us over to, we've talked about 22 at length, about modification of that. 21. This is just about easements.
Right.
Yeah, our intent is to provide the city standard easements for all the sanitary sewer mains. The condition is a little atypical in that it's also requesting structural analysis. That's not a typical requirement. So our suggested revision is to basically eliminate that portion of and follow more of the normal boilerplate response of provide acceptable easements for all sanitary sewer mains.
Luke, this falls back in your category.
I apologize. Which one are we looking at?
21.
Luke, instead of the condition that was written for 21, what we've suggested is it be revised to state the developer shall provide acceptable easements for all sanitary sewer mains per the adopted city standards. The developer shall also secure permits and provide city approved, executed and recorded easements prior to construction.
I'm okay with that, Patricia. That's fine.
Okay. And then 22, we've discussed at length, as you stated, Chairman Crowell. 27 asks you to make a revision to the final stream buffer plan, just state that they have to be submitted as we develop adjacent to the stream. It's really clarifying that condition.
Would it be easier if Matt pulls up his exhibit so he can see the wording that we proposed?
No, I'd like to see the original.
Okay.
Could you slide that sheet down to number 27?
Next page.
All right. Developer shall submit a final stream buffer plan to LDB for approval and prior to issuance of any building permits and obtain permits for the stream buffer prior to removal of any material.
It's really just a recognition that we don't have to submit the final stream buffer plan until we're developing a phase that's adjacent to the stream buffer.
Yeah, no, that, I would say that as you do a phase with a stream buffer in it, you would need to provide the stream buffer with that phase at that time. If you've got a phase that doesn't have a buffer on it, we'll get it when we do the phase that has the buffer on it. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, that's what we're asking you to revise to clarify that.
Okay, and that, which number was that?
27.
27. So we've got suggested language.
So you're instead of it saying issuance of any building permits, you're wanting to
says
change it for the
right.
particular phase that you're working in at that point in time?
Correct. It says prior to issuance. What we've suggested is it's a prior to issuance of any permits for the phases of the project which abut the stream buffer.
I'm okay with that.
Number 32. Matt, do you want to address this?
Yeah, so this one was, I'll read the condition and then I'll read our suggested language. The developer shall submit an analysis to verify adequate capacity of this existing sewer system as required by Land Development Division prior to issuing of any building permit to connect private system to the public sewer main, and depending on adequacy of the receiving system, make other improvements may be required. Our revision is that our suggested revision is that the developer shall submit an analysis to verify adequate capacity of the existing sewer system prior to issuing of building permit. These sewers were extended by the TIF. They spent $42 million to design these sewers, that there's plenty of capacity in here. What we want to make sure is that we will show that there's capacity, but we don't want to be obligated to make downstream improvements. I think you'll find, Luke, that you're going to see that these sewers are beyond, you know, they're nowhere close to flowing full. You're typically, if you got a 12-inch sewer line, you've got maybe an inch of flow in these things.
So what's your proposed language?
That the developer shall submit an analysis to verify adequate capacity of the existing sewer system prior to issuance of a building permit. You know, if we were in an old downtown part of the city where the sewer was 100 years old, I could understand the second part of that. But
so you're tying into the sewers that were just built with the TIF along with the boulevard or parkway there?
Yeah, this was installed with the
sewer.
Part of the sewers were actually installed with the Twin Creek sewer extension.
Okay, and so you wanted to say the developer shall submit an analysis to verify adequate capacity of the existing sewer system prior to issuance of
a building
permit?
Yes.
I'm okay with that. I think the intention of LDD is just to show what the capacity of that immediately downstream system is that you're tying into. And yep. I think from what the way that things work is you'll provide that in your sanitary sewer plans.
Exactly. Yep. And that's our normal, that's part of your checklist. Yep. That's part of our normal operating.
I don't see an issue with that.
We've also asked to revise 33 because it says it doesn't really seem applicable to our situation. It says provide applicable easements and secure permits to relocate sewers from under proposed buildings. We're not
You can remove that one. That's a standard condition that typically gets put on there, but it typically applies to already developed sites or sites that have sewers running through them. It appears that the sewers for this one are all on the edges. So yeah.
Okay.
If you show a house being built over the sewer main, we're going to tell you when we do our plan review.
Right.
Yeah.
Then number 41, Justin, are you okay with the revision we've asked for on that one? Our revision says the developer shall submit a streetscape plan with street tree plantings for approval and permitting by Parks and Recs prior to construction. Street trees shall be installed per the approved public infrastructure deviation request number 8.
Okay, yeah.
And then Matt, do you want to cover the final 43?
So this is kind of similar to our ask on the stream buffer, is that basically we're asking that if there's a concern about slope stability along a stream corridor, erosion hazard, that we provide that when we're actually working on that phase of the project. I'll read the suggested revision. Prior to issuance of any construction permits, the developer shall provide a geotechnical analysis of slope stability and analysis of erosion hazard potential for areas where any improvements or public right-of-way dedications are proposed within the stream buffer zones or adjacent to the outside of stream meanders, including areas outside of the stream buffer outer zone, as appropriate and required by good engineering practices to assess potential threats of future stream meander cut or erosion, endangering or damaging facility structures or property. This analysis shall be provided with the final Mpd plan for the phases which abut the stream buffer. So we're agreeing to it. We just want to make sure that that's for the phase that abuts it.
And commissioners, I believe Amy Bernal is on the call, if you want to call her.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who said that?
Oh, I said that Amy, who placed this condition, I believe she is on this call today.
Okay.
So if you want to ask for her opinion from planner's perspective, I think it makes sense, but I will defer this to her.
Okay. All right, I think that's.
The only difference we're asking for, Chairman Corral, is to add the sentence that Matt read, which says this analysis shall be provided with the final Mpd plan for the phases which abut the stream buffer. And I believe Amy has just said okay in the chat.
Okay.
So I believe, based upon all of that discussion, staff's in agreement to delete comment numbers 1 through 9 and delete plan recommendations for comment numbers 48 and 49 and revise the plan condition language for 21, 22, 27, 32, 33, 41, and 43. And the only ones that are in dispute are the ones that are 34, 39, and 42.
Yeah, I had written down to delete 33 as well.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
I think 39 and 42 are going to work itself out as we go through this process. So again, our intent was to have less conditions to make it more clear and simpler as we move forward.
Okay. All right, I think that's all for now. Let's, so commission, any other thoughts?
So on the deviations, are we as a commission in agreement of having them to continue to work on deviation? I guess we really only have to recommend the deviations that we agreed to. I guess I'm trying to figure out how to word that, right?
Sure. Yeah, it seems like there's still a lot of discussion that needs to be had on the deviations. And so they're not at a point that, from our standpoint, to waive any of them except 5, because they've agreed not to do that one.
The ones
Oh.
that were agreed to by staff are 2, 6,
Yeah.
and 8.
And number 2 is the one that Commissioner Baker would like to
Not recommend.
keep. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So 6 and 8. If you all agree with me.
Okay. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission to kind of sort through some of this and discuss some of these items. I think we've kind of talked through a lot of it as we've gone. But are there any other comments? Forstein, is your microphone working again? Darn it. No. Okay.
Can you call in, Forstein?
I don't know. Is she calling in?
If you go down to the mute button, Forstein, and you click the little arrow off to the right, and it says, if you click it up, you can hit switch the phone audio, and then it should give you instructions to call in.
While we're doing that, Sarah, so when we make the or when we make the motion and are noting the revisions to some of these, if we speak to the nature of the revision, is that sufficient based upon the language that was provided throughout this process by the applicant? Or do you think that it's better if we have more specific language? So for example, if I said revising condition number 21 with the removal of the structural part, you know, the part about requiring, is that sufficient, or do you want more than that? Or like 27, adding language about phasing as it pertains to the abutting stream buffer or the stream?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, like, given those 2 examples that you just gave, in my opinion, that would provide enough clarity. It might be a case by case determination for staff to know whether they're getting clear enough direction. But I think like those 2 examples you gave, I think are sufficient.
Commissioner and Sarah, just so you know, we provided all of these revisions and deletion suggestions to the staff previously. So the city already has all of these.
And for that part, I would like to state, if you would allow, that I've received these revisions, corrections, and removals for all these yesterday morning. As far as I'm aware, I have not seen any response from anybody else. If there are side talks and I'm just not aware of those, I would bring it to your awareness that I personally don't believe there is enough time for staff to review all these requests and to give proper response.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner? Okay. For me, this is obviously a big project. I totally understand, and I get the intention of trying to provide workforce housing that's affordable, and part of the way of doing that is being able to be somewhat cognizant about the costs and the pricing for the infrastructure, as well as the structures themselves, and trying to find ways to build a quality product, but yet, that you can do it a little bit more economical. The unfortunate thing is the standards are the standards, and it's hard to deviate from a lot of those because ultimately the city's going to take it over and they have to maintain and operate that. And the other thing to me with this is it's not just this one subdivision that we would be answering or making some changes and deviations to. This is a citywide thing where we want to provide a product or products out there that is for workforce housing. We need to provide a mechanism to be able to do that. And I'm not sure we can answer that question with just the meeting we've had here today that we spent the last 2.5 or 2 hours on talking about. This has to take a much bigger community than what we have, and certainly include the council on that. I'm in favor of the waivers that we take it off of us and leave it with city staff and let them coordinate and work through that, and ultimately take it to the council as to whatever they agree upon that they should do with the waivers on that. And I'm kind of interested to see what kind of waivers do get approved and what can happen, because it will affect any future projects that we have. I'm okay with a lot of the requests that are provided on the conditions too. Again, I think it's a great project overall. It's something that is needed in Kansas City. I think there's an opportunity here for it. It's just trying to come up with that mechanism today on how we address some of these costs and infrastructure costs and concerns that we may have. I'm not sure if this is right. We can do that, but I think there's a bigger discussion to be had for that. So I think I'd just like to move it through the planning commission and have it continue to work with staff and council for final approval. That's my opinion.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
I don't know what I did. So I have a question for Sarah based upon the comments Kobe just made. Since the applicants can talk to council, can our staff talk to council about what we're looking at when it comes to these deviations, so that they're not just blindly responding to someone that comes to them for their support?
Sure, absolutely. Staff can talk to council just like the applicant can.
I just wanted to make sure that was on the table, because I'm not sure what we're doing sometimes around here. So thank you, Sarah.
And that's a good and let me follow up by saying, sometimes, it's really only city planning staff, right, that attends the committee hearings. And I think on some issues in particular, it might be helpful to have representatives from, say, Public Works, for example. So, that's something that staff can coordinate among themselves, but I think that would be helpful for a project like this.
So supporting what Kobe is saying about some of the requests that are made now would affect future projects coming down the pipe. I would encourage staff to make it be known to council, not just this council, but any council that comes in, about how we need to have them reach out and understand what it is staff is telling us when it comes to these projects. Thank you.
So, Kobe, are you recommending on the deviations at least to just not recommend any of them?
Well, I think the ones that we kind of talked through today that have been vetted out, there's still the other ones that still need discussion. And I mean, they're hard to get away from the standard, but yet I think there's opportunity for at least to talk a little bit more through them. So like 1A, 1B, it's a standard, but yet there's still an opportunity to talk through that.
Okay.
But taking out 2, 3, what the other ones that we talked about, I mean, I'm okay with that. So I just don't want to.
Are you okay with the sidewalk, removing the sidewalk one?
I, yes and no. I totally get it. But I'm one that walks my dog, every morning, and I like the sidewalks on either side of the street. But depending on how they mapped them out, I know they said the interior streets, they can have, either side. But, really it's I would prefer it to be on both sides. I don't know what's proposed, if you take it off one side, what's proposed for the other side? Is it still the 4-foot wide sidewalk? Is it, a little bit wider to allow, because you might have more people walking or people with a dog or bike or whatever. I don't know.
So to me, the double-edged sword of providing numbers is people can, $700 to have sidewalks on both sides of your neighborhood per lot.
Yeah.
Sounds like a deal to me, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, and I'd like to also keep in mind that we're looking at the community as a whole.
Yeah.
You're looking at homes at this price point, what amenities need to be included in the community. So I don't think we're asking too much to consider the safety by having sidewalks on both sides, and I agree with Commissioner Baker. Up front is always cheaper than down the road.
Sure.
So that would be numbers 6 and 8. And then we do not want to address relocating the manholes into the center of the driving lanes.
No, I think that still needs to be agreed upon by Water Services and Public Works.
Okay.
How they address that. I know how I would, but I think it'd be better to have a written standard and agreed upon how that works.
Is this a good time to go ahead and start making the motion and then get some help along the way?
You bet.
Great. All right. I'm going to move to approve docket item number 14, deleting plan corrections 1 through 9, and then also 48 and 49, making revisions to conditions 21, removing the part about the structural part. Number 22, build to city standards unless modified, or I guess we'll say the meet the modified standards as provided by Public Works, along those lines. Number 27, adding the language about phasing and only the phases that are abutting the stream. Number 32, removing the part about making downstream improvements. Number 33, completely deleting. And this is where I need assistance on 41 and 43, which I don't have proper notes on those revisions.
I think it's just revise the language as recommended by the applicant.
Okay, great. And then, yeah, that's it.
As far as waivers.
Okay, and then recommending waivers as noted, numbers 6 and 8. Yeah, 6, which is the flowable fill requirement, and then 8 regarding street trees.
It seems like we maybe ought to go back that your support removal or acceptance of 2, right? That we can waive that one.
I thought we were going to leave, or I thought we were going to not address sidewalks.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I meant to show support for the deviations number 6 and number 8.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that motion or any thoughts on the conditions and waivers?
I still think this is too confusing for us to vote on and send it out. I still would prefer for us to have everything laid out. We've discussed that before on some earlier projects when we've had them come back with completed layouts and things. I think we need to adhere to that type of policy with exceptions and stuff. I'm not comfortable with this.
Okay,
I guess my only comment to Commissioner Beasley is most of this stuff we haven't discussed ever. It's the road standards, it's things like that. Whereas I think what we've done in the past is it's more about like the actual layout of the site or the details of the site. Whereas, I mean, most of the stuff we've never really talked about because it's not really what we're supposed to be doing in the grand scheme of things. So that'd be that's why I'm more comfortable moving it out now.
I think you're reinforcing my uncomfortableness.
Well,
You
and I
just
think-
reinforced it.
I think the intent of Chair Crowell's recommendation that we do not kind of, issue any recommendation on deviations numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7 is because we're not going to touch that. We're saying, hey, this isn't ours to touch. We're going to stick to the parts that we feel comfortable with. So we're kind of punting on the majority of it.
And we're
Well, my comfort level is I'm not sure that we kept the deviations clear as to which ones we're not touching. We discussed some things and came up with some options, but did we say that those were also falling in line with the ones we're not touching?
I feel that we did relatively speaking, a good job keeping things straight, but I totally understand how you might not feel that way. Totally get that.
yeah, I think we're leaving them in there just to provide that opportunity to continue the discussion between applicant, city staff before it goes forward to the city council.
So
as to whether it's approved or not.
So in essence, they have to, until city council approves those deviations, they have to maintain that standard, whether it be roadway, sewers, sidewalks, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So in a roundabout way, we're reinforcing city standards by not recommending the waivers currently.
Yeah, so we're still leaving the door open for them to discuss that with city staff before it goes to the council and having them make the decision whether they want to waive it, modify it, or keep it as is.
Okay, and also encouraging staff to explain to city council as well.
Okay, so maybe you need to modify your motion then to include that language, Commissioner Enders.
Sure, and so I'll tack on at the end then with the encouragement of city staff getting in touch with city council before this is considered.
Okay, you
Can I
still
ask
set?
for a little clarification, Mr. Enders?
Sure.
By saying encouraging city staff, you're meaning city planning or all the staff that has a comment or attended the meeting today from different divisions and departments, and by what type of form and what time should we have this conversation occur? I just need a little bit of guidance.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
I meet your expectations.
I don't want to speak for Commissioner Beasley, but I think that you're the right representative to have to at least start the conversation. And I think that I assume that Commissioner Beasley and then by extension, me with this motion, just want to make sure that the hesitations you and other city staffers from different departments voiced today are voiced to city council before the day that they hear this. So that way they have the ability to dig deeper if they wanted to. So whereas we felt compelled to make a decision today because we want to move this project along, if you could kind of just, give council a heads up as to what's going to be considered. So that way, if there are areas that they want to dive into further, they could.
Sure,
I don't think it
appreciate your
needs,
trust.
I don't think it's on everyone. I think if you kind of are the point person, that would be sufficient.
Okay, I'll hold your accountability as much as possible, and I will do so as instructed. Thank you.
Okay, so you still second that, Commissioner Baker?
Second.
Okay. So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 14 with removal of the conditions as stated, plus the modification of other conditions as stated. The waivers I think, support of removal of two of them, but yet encourage the coordination between city staff and the applicant, and the discussion with council prior to the actual council hearing. So Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Mhm. Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye, and I am better now. Thank you.
Corral?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
And Rojas?
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for everything and good luck with this project.
Thank you all for the
Did you hear my
Yes, I
I
did.
saw
Thank
you. Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you all for your time. I know this was long, so we appreciate it.
All right. So I think that takes us through the end of our actual agenda today. Anything else that the commission would like to talk about, or Joe? Any comments? Had enough? Okay.
Do we have, I forgot if we had a date for when long range planning was gonna update us on the comprehensive plan.
They will on March 1st.
Perfect.
And I've got a few more lined up for March 15th and April 5th.
Great.
Okay. All right, seeing nothing else, then motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
So moved.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.